1, 2. All right, good morning, everyone. It's 29 minutes past 9. We are about to start the day's proceedings. Please make sure that your cell phones, your devices are off. If you are in the public gallery, you're not working, please switch off your cell phones. For those working in the auditorium, please put your phone on silent. Observe the rules. Thank you. Please, can we all stand? Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Hello. Good morning, Ms. Hasim. Good morning, Ms. Van den Heever. And good morning, Mr. Matlala.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, everybody.
Thank you.
Chair, we are ready to proceed.
Yes.
Mr. Matlala, you recall yesterday when dealing with your supplementary statement, if you could go there. And perhaps before I do so, just to confirm, Commissioners, you have before you, I'll call it the SIU report for lack of a better term, because that's what Advocate Misi termed it.
Chairperson, may I just ask my learned friend to try and speak up? I've got very blocked ears for reasons that's not very relevant, and I battle to hear her at this point in time.
I shall do my best. Is that better? You should have added to your exhibit files. Oh, I learn not yet. If I could confer, perhaps. Commissioners, the document I wanted to refer you to apparently is not in your files. I understand there are challenges with the printer. Hopefully, we should have that sorted out.
Before we start, CJC 442, the letter from the DPP, where does it go?
It should be, we are now at file what? Our last file?
Or does it go to the last file?
It goes to the last file. And the document I wanted to refer to would follow that to be CJC 443. But I understand that one is not ready for you, so I will have to rearrange my plans. Hopefully that will be addressed shortly.
As always, I'll rely on the attorneys to sort out my file. Thank you.
In the meantime, then...
by the way, I forgot for them to sort out our files. Commissioner Baloyi once chastised me for referring only to myself.
And your collective files will be sorted out. Thank you, Chair. In the meantime, then, Mr. Matlala, let's pick up where we left off yesterday. And we were dealing with the issue of General Sibiya. You recall? Let me start here. Do you have your statement before you?
Yes, I do.
And do you have your supplementary statement close by as well?
Yes, I do.
Okay, good. We were dealing with the issue, your relationship with General Sibiya, and seeking answers which you didn't provide in your main statement and or your supplementary statement, particularly the question set out in paragraph 2.1 of Regulation 10.6 notice. You recall?
Yes, I recall.
Okay. Now, sorry, 2.2, my error, 2.2, yes, of the notice. We had gone as far as item 2.2.5 of that notice about exchange of information, if you recall. Mr. Matlala?
Yes, I recall.
Okay. And there are other issues set out in paragraphs 2.2.6 and 2.2.7. Now, both those paragraphs required you to, in the context of the relationship you maintain with General Sibiya, to speak to whether you have ever given or offered any gift, gratification, monies, sponsorship, favors to General Sibiya, that is 226 and 227, inquired whether you have requested or been offered any favors by General Sibiya. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
Now, that's going to be quite an involved engagement, so I'm going to stand down that part of the engagement regarding your relationship with General Sibiya. And just to let you know, we will come back to it, and Advocate Hassim will deal with that part of things with you at the appropriate time, okay?
Okay.
So I would like us to move off this topic then, which would lead me to a position you assume in your supplementary statement, if you could turn to that. You recall there are a number of questions posed to you in response regarding the recordings that were made following your arrest, following your engagement or interrogation by SAPS or members of the SAPS in December 2026, as well as following your arrest in May 2025, the first year is 2024. I'll try again. In December 2024 and your arrest in May 2025. They are the recordings you refer to that you say have been furnished to you, and you deal with those recordings in your supplementary statement. You confirm?
Yes, I confirm.
And yesterday you have time and again expressed a view that you would not be answering any question relating or arising from such recordings on the basis that you understand that you are a suspect and you are being investigated in respect of matters discussed in those recordings. Did I understand you correctly?
Yes, that's true.
I trust that your exhibit file has been updated. And my understanding is that you were given an assurance by the NPA that you are not being investigated, or such recordings are not being utilized for purposes of investigating you, thus rendering you not a suspect as you feared. Are you aware of the assurances provided you by the NPA in that regard?
Maybe my learned friend can just direct me to the where she gets this information from, this assurance that she refers to, and what does it exactly relate to, or how. I wanted to understand where she gets the information that she currently raises and relies on. The issue of the assurance given by the NPA that he will not be prosecuted for anything pertaining to these recordings. And these recordings, does it now mean it's recordings relating to December of 2024 and his arrest in May of 2025? And does it also include the unlawful recording that was made when he was approached in prison behind the back of his attorneys at that point in time?
Chair, I hear my learned friend's address to you, I submit is absolutely irrelevant. I've posed the question to the witness, and the witness will answer my question. If Advocate Van der Heever is interested in what I intend to have for lunch, it's a conversation we will have outside. She's not going to preempt my line of questioning. Only if we get to a point where she says, I have failed to do so, then I suggest that she's got no basis to be interrupting my examination of the witness. So, if you will, I've posed a question to the witness. I would like the witness to answer.
Chairperson, with the greatest of respect to my learned friend, when you pose questions to witnesses, again with respect, you need to have a basis on which you make a certain statement. And it's all I'm asking, is there a basis that she relies on? And it's not necessary to become aggressive about it. I simply am here to do my job. I'm asking, is the statement that she makes that assurances have been given, does it have a factual foundation? And if so, can we please just understand what the factual foundation is? Otherwise, what we are busy with here, with the greatest of respect, is to try and catch my client at this point with certain statements that made. If there is a foundation for a factual foundation, then just give it to us. There's nothing that says I'm not entitled to ask what the statement is based on.
In the interest of progress, may I make this suggestion, which I think in the circumstances is a practical suggestion. Yesterday we made very good progress with Mr. Matlala regarding broad or blanket attempts at asserting the privilege against self-incrimination. We referred specifically to paragraph 109 of the unanimous judgment of Justice Jafta, and we said there must be specificity as to the crime in respect of which the privilege is being claimed, and then the basis, that is, in the context of that crime, the basis upon which the privilege is being claimed. It cannot be broad, it cannot be generalized, it cannot be blanket. May I suggest, Ms. Sillo, in the light of so the fruitful ground that was covered yesterday should, in fact, I think at some point I did say that it covers the entire spectrum, which means it covers even the recordings. It cannot simply be said, for whatever reason, that the recordings are a no-go area. So with that as the springboard, as it were, can I just ask you to, Ms. Sillo, to ask your questions that relate to the recordings, and let's see how Mr. Matlala, aware of the legal position I took him through, responds to your specific questions.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Matlala, my question to you regarding those recordings, has the NPA ever given you an assurance that matters recorded in those recordings do not currently form part of, are not subjects of any investigations? Are you aware?
No, I'm not aware of that,
Okay.
Commissioner.
Then may I refer us to Annexure CJC 442? That is the letter Commissioner Khumalo you asked about. That would be file 11. It's now being shared with you, commissioners, and the witness.
Thank you.
So Annexure CJC 442, that would start at paginated, it's paginated 1. This, Mr. Matlala, as you can see, is a letter from the Director of Public Prosecutions. If you go over leaf, next page, it's dated the 6th of March, 2026. And this is addressed...
Is the flickering on the screen indicative of imminent flighting?
I think so, Chair.
All right, thank you.
And it's up. And that letter is addressed to Hlawu Maluleke attorneys. Do you confirm those are your attorneys of record?
Yes, I do confirm.
And the subject line reads, the state versus Kekana and 2 others. Your client accused 3 Vusimusi Matlala. And then it gives detail of 3 cast numbers. And in summary, it says it's regarding conspiracy to commit murder, attempted murder, unlawful possession of a firearm and ammunition, money laundering. If we could read the letter together, it reads as follows. 1, your correspondence dated 6 March 2026 under reference V. Matlala has bearing. So this is a response to a letter written on your behalf by your attorneys to the Director of Public Prosecutions. As already confirmed in email correspondence to your counsel on Monday, the 2nd of March 2026, only a selected portion of the recording was made public at the Madlanga Commission. 3, the state, in parentheses, including the investigating team, close parentheses, do not have a transcript of this or any portion of the recording. If you wish to obtain a transcript of the portion made public at the commission, you are welcome to approach them for it. The audio of witness C's testimony in relation to the interview with your client made public at the commission is readily available on several social media platforms like YouTube, for instance, and can therefore be accessed by yourself. It is thus considered unnecessary to provide you with same. 6, furthermore, it is once more reiterated that, emphasis, nothing in the whole interview forms part of any police dockets currently before court, simply because it is not relevant, and therefore does not form part of the evidential material against your client in the matter currently before court. It is finally recorded that the portion not made publicly available to the commission contains sensitive information relating to an ongoing investigation, and the defense is therefore not entitled to this information. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Now, will you agree with me that the fact that those recordings may incriminate you, or what is stated in those recordings may incriminate you or in any manner infringe your constitutional rights against self-incrimination are not applicable in the matters that you currently face? In particular...
No, continue.
In particular, the matter under reference here, which I think you refer to as the Pretoria matter.
Not Pretoria, the Johannesburg matter.
The Johannesburg matter.
Yes.
And I call it the Johannesburg matter to distinguish it from the Medicare matter. That's
yes.
correct.
Yes.
Were you referring to recording singular or to recordings? And as I understand it, there are more than one.
I understand that this is the order.
Initially, before you read the letter, were you referring to recordings plural?
I was referring to recordings plural.
Plural, yes.
And if I may explain, Chair, if you have regard to paragraph
because
5.
I'm looking, for example, reading paragraphs 5 and 6 together.
Yes.
They witness C's testimony.
Yes.
And the interview that was at issue there. So the specific references in paragraph 5. And then 6 refers to interviews singular, obviously referring back to paragraph 5. So that would, I would imagine, relate only to one recording, and there must still be others. And if your question, which introduced the present debate, related to recordings, plural, I'm not sure whether there isn't a difficulty with regard to what the NPA says about the recordings not being relevant to any criminal proceedings that Mr. Matlala may be facing.
If we take a step back, Chair, witness C, when witness C...
Perhaps also maybe let me add this. And then I think paragraph 7 complicates it even more. Because there, the NPA says, you are entitled to the interview singular referred to in paragraphs 5 and 6, and that's readily available. You can get it online. It is on platforms like
Yes.
YouTube, so you can get it there. But then 7 complicates it by saying, the rest of the recordings or interviews raise sensitive material which relates to underlying in ongoing investigations.
Indeed.
Which then brings that within the fold of possible or potential crimes that Mr. Matlala may face.
I'll try and address them in turn,
Yes,
Chair.
yes.
The Chair will recall that when witness C testified, I think witness C introduced 2 recordings, and they were played in this forum. And these are the recordings that Mr. Matlala wanted. I am aware that at 5, the wording is witness C's testimony and refers to the audio. But by right, it's audios. And that may very well be a typo, because in their communication, it doesn't appear like there's a distinction drawn between any of the 2 audios. The position assumed by Mr. Matlala in his affidavit is he wants all audios that were played here through witness C. So they tried to obtain them from the NDPP, and this is the response that they obtained. They have been availed to the witness, both what was flighted here in the commission and the full, because there wasn't the full audio in respect of each inquiry. But the full audios have since been made available to him. So in response to whether it is 1 audio or 2 audios, I suggest that it is in respect of both audios, because nothing before us and in this letter distinguishes the one from the other. If the Chair has regard to his paragraph 9, it's page 9, sorry, and that is at paragraph 35.
It's a supplementary.
Supplementary, my apologies, supplementary affidavit. And this
Page
starts,
9 paragraph, I'm very sorry.
page 9 of the
35.
supplementary, paragraph 35. That should
thank
be
you.
read with paragraph 32, where Mr. Matlala states that he only learned that his interrogation and his responses were electronically recorded at the time. The dates provided at paragraph 35, the 6th of December 2024 and the 14th of May 2025, relate to those interrogations and the recordings. And as I say, all have now been provided to him. This response from the NDPP is in respect of the recordings that he says he subsequently learned were made during his interrogations, and he requires those recordings for purposes of this, I think he says it's the Johannesburg case.
My learned friend,
May you
she might
please-
not be
please-
finished at this point. I'd like to address you.
Please let her finish, please.
I got the impression she was finished. That's why I said I would like to
You
respond.
came in mid-sentence, Ms. van den Heever, please.
Thank you, Chair. So that is so far as the witness C's, that's insofar as witness C's testimony is concerned. It's the 2 recordings, it's the recordings that were played through witness C in this forum. That deals with the issue at paragraph 5. Now, I must say, the YouTube clip referred to at paragraph 5, I haven't watched, so I'm not in a position to tell whether it is all these audio clips in succession or otherwise. So that insofar as witness C's testimony is concerned. The further question that the Chair asked me is regarding paragraph 7, which references ongoing investigation. Now, that paragraph states that the Portion not made publicly available at the Commission contains sensitive information relating to an ongoing investigation. It doesn't identify what investigation. It doesn't suggest the investigation is against Mr. Matlala. It could very well be investigations pertaining to other issues where he is not a suspect. I submit that it is not a basis simply because SAPS is investigating to then seek to invoke or to assert the right not to incriminate himself. It takes us back to paragraph 109 of the Concord judgment, which is when the question is posed, that is the point at which to determine whether there is a risk that the witness will incriminate himself. What any other interpretation would suggest, because there is an investigation involving inter alia, an interview that Mr. Matlala had with the members of the SAPS, then those issues cannot be traversed in this commission because there is an investigation. The letter doesn't even suggest that Mr. Matlala is under investigation for whatever it is that the NDPP suggests is subject to ongoing investigations.
Perhaps a difficulty I have, Ms. Silo, is not having an idea of where you are going, but where I'm sitting now, what you appear to be doing is the flip side of what Mr. Matlala was doing, and which I said he cannot do. Asking him, I'm again referring back to your very first question, and I'm not referring to what you say now in respect of the content of the letter. My sense from what you did right at the beginning about the recordings, plural and in general, does not focus on specifics in the sense that this recording says this, and here's my question about that, Mr. Matlala. What is your response?
Yes.
That is what I would prefer than asking a broad and generalized question about the recordings, if you see what I mean. That places Mr. Matlala in a difficult position, I think. So that is what I was trying to say. Maybe I did not convey it clearly when I said I have a practical suggestion, and that perhaps what you should do, Ms. Silo, is to ask specific questions relating to the recordings. That is what I had in mind, rather than these close to, the first one was indeed broad and generalized. Maybe your later question relating to the letter it still comes very close to being broad to my mind. But as I say again, maybe that's because of where I'm sitting and not knowing where you are going. But I would prefer a situation where you say, there's this recording. This is what I want to raise with you about that specific recording. Here's the question, what is your response? I think we will make a good progress if we approach it that way. And we do that in the context of what we have already explained to Mr. Matlala yesterday. So he will not and should not give us yesterday's broad and generalized responses. May I plead with you to please
No, Chair, it's not necessary.
I'm still going to give you an opportunity, Ms. van den Heer.
It's not necessary to plead with me. What I suspect perhaps happened, I was not as articulate as I would have hoped to be.
Yeah.
The purpose of reading this letter was simply to deal with the concern that Mr. Matlala raised yesterday, wherein he suggested that those recordings involve investigations in which he's a suspect. It was at the broad level.
I think we are past that stage now.
Yes.
We are past that stage now, and Mr. Matlala sitting there. I even directly spoke to him about the legal position, and I think I remember him in so many words saying that he understood what I was conveying.
Then if he understood, it takes care of my issue, because yesterday, the bulk of the issue, I think, the engagement with Mr. Matlala was in regard to the criminal cases in which he's an accused. Yeah. Then he raised this issue of being a suspect because there are ongoing investigations. There is another matter in here for which I think Ms. Cordelia, I forget her surname, I apologize, has provided
An affidavit.
an affidavit, and those are investigations by IPID. So these are different investigations that I am referring to. And the point I seek to make to the witness is that you are not, contrary to the position you assumed, you are not under investigation currently.
I want to assure you that I will not allow Mr. Matlala to say nothing about those recordings because I'm being investigated. He will, in accordance with paragraph 109 of the Constitutional Court judgment, have to specify a crime for us to have a better idea as to the basis upon which the privilege is being asserted.
I'm happy to leave it at that on that basis, Chair.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Mr. Law. Ms. van den Heever?
Thank you, Chairperson. I promise to look and see and watch her light until it goes off, so as to not create the impression I'm trying to interrupt her, because that was not what I was doing. I got the impression she was finished. First of all, this letter was in response.
Do you still want to address this? Because I think now we've, after my engagement with Mr. Law, I think this is done and dusted.
No.
But let me hear you.
There's three issues I'd like to raise. First of all, this letter is in response to a very specific request, and the request related to the statement that was made by Mr. Matlala on his arrest. So it dealt specifically with the statement that was made in May of 2025. That statement we submitted, we entitled to under the provisions of Section 335 of the Criminal Procedure Act. So I want to make that clear. Maybe if my learned friend had the preceding letter, she would have understood.
May I ask to say something, please? I wonder if any of that matters now, because the upshot of my engagement with Mr. Law is that her engagement with Mr. Matlala on the basis of the content of that letter no longer arises. So addressing the letter, the background, the why, does not assist us much, except perhaps to delay the further progress of the hearing of the testimony itself.
Person, there's a second issue that I'm going to ask your guidance for. I was not here yesterday, and I actually tried to see if the transcript was uploaded yesterday. What I've noticed, and what is patently clear from the answer or from the affidavit, the supplementary deposed to by Mr. Matlala, is that in addition to whatever is stated in paragraph 109, and I submit you need to read it together with the other paragraphs and in the specific contents of the AFTA judgment, Mr. Matlala specifically seeks to enforce constitutional rights that he says he's entitled to. Now, that issue seemingly has not been dealt with, and that's why I said, please forgive me if you did deal with it. I did speak to the juniors about that particular aspect. And the only question that I'm seeking clarification from you on at this point in time is if it is the Commission's stance that the only rights under the 1947 Act that Mr. Matlala can seek to enforce is the right against self-incrimination, that he has no constitutional rights before you, and that he cannot claim any of those constitutional rights at this point in time. As he set out in the affidavit, where he specifies those rights that he seeks to enforce. If I can please get your guidance on that aspect, Chairperson, because I think that the right, well, I don't even want to call it a right, what is stated in, think it's section 3(4) of the 47 Act is extremely limited. We now have a constitution that goes far beyond that. And that is the rights that he seeks to enforce before you. Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Hassim? I'm directing myself to her because
Indeed, Chair.
she was to have argued these issues.
Chair.
Thank you.
Chair, first of all, I'm surprised that my learned friend is raising this now.
Yeah.
Because we've moved past it.
In fact, I wanted to say, but I just wanted to give you an opportunity. I wanted to say to Ms. van den Heever, raise your issue in relation to a specific question that has been put to Mr. Matlala, and let us see how the right you have, the constitutional right you have in mind arises. So it must be specific, and it must relate to a specific. That's how I wanted to, but...
I'm quite happy with your response, Chairperson. So I do understand that the client is entitled on each and every specific point to raise the constitutionality or the constitutional aspect that he says he lays claim to. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And that was a bit of a concern for me because I didn't know whether we're reopening the application that was brought, but I think it has since been resolved. So that is how I deal with that letter, and as I said, I will deal with the issues arising from the recordings in the manner suggested by the Chair. I have read the letter into record to state that there is nothing before us that informs the Commission that Mr. Matlala is a suspect in any ongoing investigations on matters arising from the recording. And I'll leave it there. We will come back to the recordings as in those portions as and when are necessary. Moving on then, Mr. Matlala, I would like to refer you to your supplementary statement at page 18. You recall yesterday when we engaged regarding your relationship with Mr. Morgan Maumela and Mr. Suleiman Karim, you provided a joint response at page 18, paragraphs 93 and 94.
Yes.
You recall
Yes, I
that,
do.
yes. And we had a discussion about your paragraph 93, wherein you advised that your legal team was in the process of collating, it was subsequently corrected, documents that will prove that you are a suspect in matters relating to your relationship with either both or either one of the people identified there.
Yes, I do.
And to this end, there was a discussion around a quote-unquote SIU document, which, if you heard the Chair, we resolved that it shall be made available to the document that is sought to be relied upon shall be made available to the Commission.
Okay.
You recall that. And I confirm it has since been made available. Commissioners, the document made available to us is now CJC 433. No, 443. Dyslexic moment there. In file 11. Now, what was made available to us as this quote-unquote SIU document appears to be the special tribunal, the SIU Special Tribunal order of the 29th of September 2025 by the Honorable Madam Justice Victor. It's an ex parte application for a specific order, and it's brought by the Special Investigating Unit and lists 78 respondents. My reading of this order is that it quotes as a second respondent MHR Maumela Family Trust. It cites as a third respondent Mr. Morgan Maumela, NO, and then it cites him in his personal capacity as the eighth respondent. Do you confirm that you are not a respondent in this particular application?
Yes, I do.
And this order was basically a freezing order of certain properties registered either in Mr. Maumela's name or the family trust or other entities associated with him. And if we go to typed page 4 of that, that would be paginated 6. At paragraph 2, you'll see that this is an interim order. It says pending the final determination of the 41 separate civil proceedings to be instituted by the SIU, and then it issues the order. If we go to paragraph 2.1 overleaf, it appoints a curator bonus. And 2.2, it interdicts and restrains the specified respondents from alienating, selling, leasing, donating, transferring, or otherwise disposing of the vehicles. And 2.3, it orders the transfer of possession, custody, and control of the vehicles to the curator bonus. I see if we then go to paragraph 2.5 of the same order, at page 9, once again it specifies that the second, third, fourth, and fifth respondents are restrained from alienating or selling fixed property, immovable properties. Then it deals with the powers of the curator bonus. And at paragraph 2.13 of that order, that would be at your page 15. At the bottom, it reads, the implicated respondents and all of the other 39 entities and their respective directors, members, trustees mentioned in Annexure A, herein collectively referred to as the syndicate or the Maumela syndicate, are directed to make a full and frank written disclosure. Then it lists of movable, immovable, corporeal, incorporeal assets and all funds standing to their credit. And if we stay with that document and we try and find Annexure A, that Annexure A will be a document immediately at the end of that order. At page 20, and it's a list of 39 entities. And I see at item 36, the entity referenced is Black AK Trading Suppliers. And it lists the director as yourself. You confirm that, that's correct?
Yes, I confirm.
At 37, it's a company called Core Kabeng Trading and Suppliers, and once again lists you as the director. And at item 38, Falcon Car Trading and Suppliers, and once again lists you. Now, my reading of this document is reference to you or any companies you are associated with, what the court, I don't know where they got the phrase, but termed the Maumela syndicate, and from whom the court requires them to make a full and honest disclosure regarding funds standing to their credit, in respect of which the respondents of which you are not, or any of them, have a beneficial ownership. So there's specific declarations that the entities are required to make for purposes of this litigation. Was that the understanding that you also got?
No, it's not.
Okay, can you share your understanding with us and the basis thereof, please?
I was of the view that all these entities and their directors, they are under investigation.
Sorry, please say that again.
I'm saying I was of the view that all these entities and their directors are under investigation.
Which entities? The entities listed in Annexure A?
Yes.
And on what basis do you form that view?
that why would they want us to disclose our assets and our bank accounts or whatever is in our name if we are not under investigation?
But paragraph 2.13 tells you why the court is interested in those entities. It specifically says those entities must make full and frank disclosure under oath of all assets and all funds standing to their credit, in respect of which the respondents in this matter or any of them are the registered or common law owners, have a beneficial ownership, right, title, and interest, or some other type of real rights therein, in terms identical to those set out in the draft disclosure affidavit. So the court tells you what the interest in those companies is. That cannot be interpreted to suggest that the companies themselves are under investigation by anybody, surely.
I hear you, Commissioner, but I think last time when you said you can extract information because this is not a code of law, even you can get information from newspaper articles or whatever, and I've been mentioning so many articles that I've been, from SIU, I'm being investigated. So I do not know now, because would it also apply to me that from that article that I got from the media or whatever, which I don't have now, which says that I'm under investigation, does it not apply to me?
Which article are you talking about, Mr. Matlala?
It's quite a lot. I can just Google now, I can...
No, in reference to the engagement
SIU,
we are having,
yes.
what article? Perhaps can you guide me?
I'm not in position of a cell phone now that I can just check one for you now. That
Okay.
anything that has to do with Tembisa Hospital, I am under investigation.
Okay, so do I understand you correctly that because an article suggested you are under investigation, therefore you are under investigation and are not able to talk about the matters the article suggests you are being investigated for? Is that your take?
Yes, but I was not relying on an article. I'm saying this also proved that indeed I am under investigation, or else they wouldn't serve this to me. But beside this document, I'm referring to quite a number of articles that I know that. The thing is, I've never been approached by, I won't lie to you that I've been approached by an investigator saying that I'm under, I won't lie to you.
Okay.
Yes, I was never approached, but I just know that I am under investigation, which it might be true, it might not, I don't know that.
And precisely, I guess, because it might be true, it might not, articles
yes.
are known to claim a lot. You have just confirmed that you haven't been approached by any investigator. So it's not confirmed to you personally that you are under investigation.
Yes, but we are using the same articles to claim that I am under investigation, the same way as you yourself, you're saying you can use articles as evidence in this commission. So I'm using the same articles as well.
Mr. Lo, isn't this issue resolved? Mr. Matlala says he has never been approached.
Indeed.
That he's under investigation. Yes. That puts the issue to rest, I guess.
I would think so, and I'd say I refer to this document because it was introduced by you.
Of course, yes.
To avoid responding to the question relating to Mr. Maumela and Mr. Kasim. Kasim, yes. Karim Suleiman, my apologies. It's been a long week already. I apologize. I'll try that again. You introduced this document in dealing with your failure to deal with your relationship with Mr. Maumela and Mr. Suleiman Karim. And you suggested in paragraph 93 that those documents will demonstrate that you are a suspect. This document will demonstrate that you are a suspect. So we have considered it, and I'm putting to you that this document has got no bearing on you as a suspect and does not suggest that you are a suspect in anything.
Okay, Commissioner, so we're saying I'm not a suspect?
No, I'm saying this document, contrary to what you suggested, does not suggest you are a suspect.
I take it.
Okay.
I just want to understand that does this mean that I'm not a suspect in any of the SIU?
I don't know. I don't know.
Exactly.
Yes.
So I do not want to engage in something that I do not know also.
No. What we are dealing with is a firm claim you made at 93, and I'm saying the document you put forward does not support that.
I take it,
Having
yes.
done that, I'm going to invite you to then, as the Regulation 10.6 notice required of you, to speak of your relationship with Mr. Maumela on the one hand, Mr. Karim on the other hand, or collect both, if that is how it is.
Even though I might be a suspect.
In what?
Matlala, you've accepted that you haven't been interviewed or told that you're a
Yes.
suspect in arising from these documents that you were relying on. You may well be a suspect in other matters, but right now the discussion is you answered at paragraph 93 that there are documents from which it appears or it will show that you are a suspect. You've just accepted to Ms. Sello that on this document at least, the one that you were relying on, you are not a suspect, but also you've not been approached by anyone in law enforcement, it has to be, that told you that you're a suspect in these matters. I think it is fair that you should be then now required to answer now that we have established on the document that you relied on that you are in fact not a suspect, that questions that come from or relating to the 10.6 should be answered about your relationship with Mr. Maumela and Mr. Karim.
Before you leave Annexure A, Mr. Matlala, when you were first here, the Commission asked you about companies that you own or have interest in, and you only mentioned 3. But now in item 37 and 38 of Annexure A, there are 2 other companies that you did not mention. And I had this engagement with you. You mentioned Medicare 2024, you mentioned Cat VIP, the security company, and then you mentioned Black AK Trading Supplies. You did not, in your engagement with me, mentioned Core Kabeng and Falcon Car Trading. Why is that? Do you have interest in these companies, and why did you not mention them when I first asked you to clarify this issue?
Because those companies are deregistered.
They are deregistered?
Yes.
When were they deregistered?
Long time ago, I don't remember when, long time ago.
Because this judgment or this order of the tribunal is dated 25 September 2025, and it suggests to me that they still existed in September 2025.
Yeah, but with a quick search, we can verify that these companies are being registered, Commissioner.
All right, thank you.
May I, Mr. Matlala, with regard to the point that your entities are listed in Annexure A, you are therefore being investigated. May I ask to take you to page 16? The same, the paragraph 2.13 of the tribunal's order. The tribunal's order.
Yes.
You still have it close by.
From 2.13, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Perhaps instead of going
It's page 15.
Yeah, let's start at page 15. Yes. The implicated respondents and all of the other 39 entities and their respective directors, members, trustees mentioned in Annexure A are directed to make a full and frank written disclosure under oath of all the property and or assets and of all funds standing to their credit. Now here's what I want to engage you on. In respect of which the implicated respondents, so even though Annexure A may go beyond entities owned only by the respondents, and it includes, for example, your entities, but the part that I'm emphasizing says, in respect of which the implicated respondents, of which you are not one, or any of them, still the respondents, are the registered or common law owners have beneficial ownership, right, title, and interest, or some other type of real right therein. So the contemplated ownership, beneficial ownership, right, title, or interest may be in your entities, for example. That is how I read this. And it does not translate to you being investigated. So it's still about the respondents. The focus is only on what interest they may have in other people's entities. Do you see what I mean? This is just to reinforce the point made by Commissioner Baloyi, which is that nothing here suggests that you yourself are being investigated. Would you agree with that?
I agree.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Then, having disposed of that, let's turn back to our paragraph 93 of your supplementary statement, and we do so with reference to the Regulation 10.6 notice issued. The Regulation 10.6 is the first document in your main statement file. And you recall that as we did with General Sibiya, you were required to explain your history and your relationship, direct or indirect, with certain persons, and they included Mr. Maumela and Mr. Karim. So can we then, in the context of 2.2, deal with your relationship with Mr. Maumela?
Chairperson, sorry to interrupt. I'm wondering if yourself and my learned friend has taken into account the provisions of Section 332 of the Criminal Procedure Act, which deals with one being an accused person or a suspect by virtue of your company or the entity of which you are a director, and in relation to your directorship in respect thereof too. So that, by virtue of that fact, you are also, and you can also, and he's also vis-a-vis this particular order, based on what he said, a suspect in that particular matter.
No, I don't agree with that, Ms. van den Heever. I do not agree with that. This concerns property interests, beneficial interests of the respondents. And the point is that those respondents may have interests in entities owned by other people. So the order relates only to their interests in those other entities, entities that are not theirs. That's all it is about. I've not read what this is about, but I'll just assume perhaps that it was about the seizures that usually emanate from that entity. The tribunal. So it makes sense that the tribunal would be interested in, fine, we got hold of these Lamborghinis and this and that, but what other properties do you own? Do you own any beneficial interest in other people's companies? The focus of the tribunal will only be on what the respondents own. And that they may own that in someone else's entity does not make that entity a respondent or subject to investigation. There's a leap in logic in suggesting just because I want to know whether Ms. van den Heever has a beneficial interest in Commissioner Baloyi's company, then Commissioner Baloyi's company becomes involved in whatever it is they require information from you about. I do not understand that logic.
Chairperson, maybe I've had the benefit of reading through the actual application and the affidavits that was, because I went to the trouble after we were here to get those. Maybe if I can suggest, I see it's almost 10 o'clock.
But in any event,
I can,
yes.
Because it refers specifically in the order to the set affidavit that relates to the issues of the Maumela syndicate that is discussed there. As I said, I don't want to to place facts before you without just going to refresh my memory again on that. That's why I'm asking, maybe it would be convenient.
In any event, what should cut across all this, Ms. van den Heever, is to avoid us debating issues in general. If there is a specific crime with regard to this, in respect of which Mr. Matlala is asserting the privilege, let that be specific, please, in the interest of time.
And that's
Otherwise the day will go by without us covering any meaningful ground.
And that's exactly what I'm going to endeavor to do for you during the tea adjournment, to make sure that that is brought to the attention. The client, as chairperson knows, is a layperson. He doesn't know the niceties of the law when it comes to these issues. So please afford me the opportunity to pull those up and have a discussion with the client.
But whatever you pull up, bear in mind, because a lot may be said, affidavits in proceedings may go far and wide. Bear in mind that what I have referred to in this order, the tribunal's order, shows in so many ways that this is not about Mr. Matlala's entity. It's about someone else owning something in Mr. Matlala's entity. Bear that in mind. So whatever affidavit or whatever you'll come back to us about should not change that, I would imagine. Thank you very much.
Ms. van den Heever, I think the other thing, whatever you're planning to do during an adjournment, is to remember that Mr. Matlala has filed an affidavit in which he has set out why the defenses and the facts, supposedly, that he relies on for claiming the privilege, that is done and dusted. You don't get another chance from the bar to say there's that other document or that other fact that we didn't put before you. We took a break to allow you to bring an application in which you were going to plead facts on which you rely for Mr. Matlala to support Mr. Matlala to support his claim for the immunity or for privilege that he's seeking. You don't get to do that by going now as counsel to go and pull up other documents and then put them from the bar. He had plenty of opportunity and we are past that. We did that yesterday. We have read your affidavit. There's been an answer and a full answer to that. Submissions were made about it yesterday. We are past that, and I think you know that. I expect that you know that he had the opportunity in the affidavit and he made his best case in the affidavit, including in that paragraph 93. You don't get to have a second bite of the cherry from the bar. You don't.
I hear what you say, Commissioner. We will deal with that issue when we return. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. So then this is where we land Mr. Matlala. The document you put up yesterday, which is this SIU order, does not in any manner suggest that you are a suspect as you sought to testify, and that therefore there is no right for you to assert in relation to a relationship you have with Mr. Maumela and or Mr. Karim or both. So I will then invite you, let's deal with Mr. Maumela. Please provide details of the relationship you have with him, the nature of the relationship, when it commenced, and then we take it from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I want to ask you first the question, if you will allow me. Just because I failed to prove, which I take it, what the chairperson said, that it does not prove that I'm a suspect, and I take it. I failed to prove that. So does it mean that entirely I am not a suspect just because I failed to prove that I'm a suspect, or I might be a suspect? I'm saying this because I do not want to waste the Commission's time. So I will prefer that if we do, I'll continue to comment about Maumela's relationship with him. However, I want to understand that whatever that I think is under investigation, do you still expect me to comment on that because I couldn't prove that I'm a suspect, though I know from what I heard from different sources that I'm a suspect.
Mr. Matlala, as I understand the position, you sought to demonstrate that you are a suspect by producing the document that Ms. Sildo took you through, and including us for that matter. We have also demonstrated, and you now accept,
Yes, I do.
that that document does not show that you are a suspect. You are not barred. This commission is not barring you from demonstrating that for C, D, and E reasons, I am actually a suspect, and based on that, I'm claiming my right to privilege. So do not understand what we engaged you on just now. Do not understand it to mean that we say you are forever and ever not a suspect with regard to these issues, the issues under discussion now. We are not. But we are saying what you produced as proof of you being a suspect does not bear your claim out. Do you follow? I hope that answers you.
That I take and understand.
Thank you,
yes.
thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. With that understanding then, Mr. Matlala, can we start discussing your relationship with Mr. Maumela? Like I said, it would assist if you began it when, you started with when that relationship began, and you define or you describe that relationship up to date. Thank you. Then we'll take it from there.
Yes, I will. I think that I first met Mr. Maumela, I think I'll be around 2015, 2016, somewhere around there. 2015, 2016, somewhere around there.
Thanks.
And my relationship with him, it was because both we have passion for sports cars. So there is this restaurant that we both we used to frequent in that restaurant somewhere in Sandton. So we used to meet each other there, and then because I like this car, and then that's when we started our relationship, because of the love of cars.
So would it be fair then to conclude that you are friends with Mr. Maumela and you share a passion for sports cars?
I conclude that, yes.
Do you have any other relationship with him, including business relationship or any relationship that leads to any one of you benefiting financially?
Yes, we do.
Can you tell us about that?
We were, both of us, we were in the, I wouldn't say it's a tender, but it was, what is it called? Not a tender, but let's just say, for the lack of a better word, I'll say a tender, but it's not. Like when you get the RFQs, it's not a tender, it's something else. I don't know what they call it.
Well, call it an RFQ.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so, yes, we used to do that together.
What?
Like a joint venture or something? In what form did you do it together?
Like, if I get an RFQ and then we'll have money, then we'll take that money and purchase. Maybe the RFQ was in my entity, and then we'll take that money that we put aside and buy the whatever is needed, and then we'll take the money back, and then including profit, put it aside, and then share the profits.
I don't know if you were talking about an RFQ, because then if you talk about investing money and sharing profits, it would suggest that we are beyond the RFQ stage. I understand an RFQ being a request for quotation.
Yes.
And this is where an entity submits a quotation in response to a public invitation, and then the quotation is successful or not successful.
Yes.
So in that process, until a determination is made, there are no profits to share as such.
Of course, yes.
So the RFQ does not provide.
Yes.
It's only if the quotation is accepted and then the award is made and the job executed that we can start talking profits.
Of course.
Okay. So now you say that the relationship you had with Mr. Maumela is that you would both invest and then share profits, and you say that with regard to an RFQ, having accepted then what is my understanding of an RFQ, would it be fair to say that you, following the submission of RFQs, you have been awarded certain public work from which you derived a profit?
Can you please repeat that question?
You indicated that both of you would invest and then derive profits. And you said so with reference to an RFQ. Now we have since you and I agreed what an RFQ is, just a request for quotation, which may be accepted or rejected by the entity. We have reached that point, right? We agree. So
course,
now
yes.
I ask, is there any RFQ that was accepted on the basis of which you provided the work that was required or the goods that were required, from which you derived a profit that you shared?
Of course there was.
Which ones are those? Can you start listing them, please?
I can't. It's a plenty. I can't.
Okay, now which
Not
is...
that I don't want to. I'm saying is medical equipment, and then I do not. I will say a stethoscope, as for example, maybe quantity of the stethoscope, a different medical equipment.
Okay, let's do it differently. Let's talk about the entities that issued the RFQs. Which entities are those that you responded to and were successful?
I wouldn't know about his entities. I will only refer to my entities.
No, sorry, by entities, I mean, who issued the RFQ that you were successful
No, he
in?
will do it on his own, and I will also do it on my own.
Mr. Matlala, the government entities that invited.
Or the government entity.
The government entities that invited.
I'm sorry. Yes, yeah, I
quotations from your
understand.
entities.
Yeah, it's a Department of Health.
Okay. Now, is that the National Department of Health or Provincial Department of Health? If it is the latter, which provinces?
Gauteng.
So it's just the Gauteng Department of Health.
Yes, I think so.
Nothing national.
I'm not sure whether I did national. I'm talking about what I know. I don't know.
I'm interested in when you remember we are
myself,
discussing
no.
your joint efforts here.
No, myself, I don't know anything about national.
Okay, so then in respect of the Department of Health, what did those RFQs require? If you could just, whatever you can recall.
Medical consumables.
Yes.
Yes, that's it.
Okay. Now, when was the first RFQ? I'll take it that is an estimation on your part. And when was the last?
I was not keeping, I don't know, let's say 2019, 2018.
2018, 2019.
2018, maybe.
Okay. Now, were there so many that you can't even recall whether there were 2, 3, 15, 25?
Yeah, there was quite a lot.
Where you were successful? I'm interested in the ones you were successful, not the efforts you made.
No, mine collectively for, I'll say, for 3 years, they were under 5 million rands. So it's not a lot.
That's you quoting alone?
Yes.
I'm interested in you and Mr. Maumela.
No,
remember
we
that?
are not, I think maybe I've explained this wrong. We
Okay.
are not in a joint, there is a money that is somewhere there. So whatever you get is yours, whatever I get is mine. And then from that money that you borrowed, that's where you will, depending on how much you borrowed from that money. I'm not saying his companies, I was benefiting from them, or my companies, I was benefiting from them.
Okay, let's...
The common thing that that because you said, was there any business that I did with him?
Yes.
I said, yeah, it's the money but he will do his own thing and I'll also do mine on the side.
Okay, let's try it from this angle. Perhaps I asked whether you were involved in any business or business ventures. You said it's the money. Can you describe that, the nature of that business, of the money?
I think I just need to give you an example that I will say to you that just put 1 million and then I'll also bring 1 million.
Yes.
And then if you get your RFQs, you can take from that 1 million, depending on how much they want. You'll take 300,000. And on that, let's say you take 300,000, you go and buy whatever is needed for that from our money. And from that 300,000, and then when you bring it back, because of you've used the money, so it must come back with profit.
Okay, so do you create a pot of money where you both invest and from which you draw to individually respond to RFQs, or how exactly? I'm trying to understand how these transactions were happening, and please excuse me if I'm slow.
Commissioner, now we're going deep to the investigation that I was trying to avoid, but which I do not know whether I will be part of or not. So, however, for you to understand much better, I will say it's not like we've opened a neutral company and then have money in the bank for that specific purpose of this business. I will take it from, it will be money that maybe is, depending on, it will be either in his account or mine. There was
You pooled, as in P-O-O-L-E-D, you pooled funds together.
Yes.
And from those funds, if you got a contract, or if he got a contract, each one of you would then take money from the funds that you've pooled together for what's required at the initial stage of performing in terms of the contract you got. So you use a portion from those funds for that purpose.
Of course, yes.
Yeah. And then you say you then pay those funds back into the joint fund, if I may call it that. You pay that back. But you say you would have to pay it back with a profit, as I understand you. And don't nod, please.
No, sorry, I'm sorry. Yes.
Yes. Oh, yeah. And how would the profit be worked out?
10% of whatever.
10% of what you took from the fund,
Yes.
or 10% of
Yes,
what you would get from the contract?
What you took from the funds, yes.
What you took from the fund.
Which then would lead me to the question, does that become a revolving fund, or is the fund dissolved at some point and you split profits that have been earned by, quote unquote, the fund? How exactly does it work?
I will, okay, I'm going to give an example again. I will say,
Yes.
maybe you are the supplier.
Yes.
We need to buy stock from your company. So we'll put money in your company. And then whatever we want to buy, we already have credit. So we'll take from stock from your company, and then you will tell us how much is left there. Then anyway, both of us will know how much is left, and then we'll keep on adding money to that account.
It's not exactly the answer you gave the chair, because you explained that
The profits will get them, yes.
Yes.
No, the profits won't go back to you because you are not part of the business.
How do you split them when you are jointly contributing to the pool?
I made an example earlier that, I'll give an example that I've put 1 million into your account, which you are the supplier.
But in the example you make, I am not Mr. Maumela.
not Mr. Maumela, you are not a supplier, meaning we buy stock from your company.
Yes,
Yes.
from the pool of funds that you and Mr. Maumela have raised.
Yes, but the money is in your account because you are the one who's supplying us with medical equipment.
No,
It's easy.
I'll never get it.
Mr. Matlala, you keep going back to, remember in your engagement with Chair, you said whatever profit you make,
Yes.
you must put the money you took out of the seed account.
course,
You
of
must
course.
take it back, and then with 10%, because the interest you earned is 10%, you put it back into this account.
Yes.
From which both of
Yes.
you can draw. Now, the question Advocate Sillo is asking you is, that account where you put the money back with 10%, at some point do you dissolve it, or what do you do with it? Not what you pay to the suppliers that supply you with the equipment. The account from which you draw and you pay back money once you've made profit with the 10%. What do you do with that account? Do you dissolve it and share 50-50 whatever is remaining, or what happens with it?
Yeah, that's where the confusion is.
Yes.
The money is not in the account. The money is, we approach you, like I was trying to explain to Advocate Sillo, the commissioner, I'm sorry, that we will approach you, and since you are the supplier who will supply us with medical equipment, that listen, buy the stock for us, and then the money will be in your account. So you know how much, you will know how much, we will know how much we have in your account. So let's say we have 1 million rands, and then I want a stock that is worth 300,000. So
What happens with the profit? I'm not concerned with what you have put in the supplier's account. Yes.
Yes, the profit, that's where I'm saying, the profit comes back to us, not to the supplier.
I thought I understood earlier that you said there's money pulled into an account. Now, from how you're explaining, that's not the case. And I want to use a practical example. Hospital A wants still water, and they send out an RFQ, and you are interested to submit an RFQ. Can you just explain where does the money come from to buy from a supplier? Assume it's supplier X that has water. Just explain what you're telling us. Where does the money that gets paid to the supplier, where does it come from? And once you have supplied, of course at a premium, so you've got a profit, where does that go? How do you handle that? So start with, where does the money to pay the supplier for 6 bottles of water come from?
Okay, Commissioner, let me do this. Let me start from the beginning, and then just please stop me where you don't understand so that we can have progress. We want to supply, me and Mr. Maumela, we want to supply medical consumables to Department of Health. And we approach someone who's selling medical consumables. That person, we tell him that we put upfront. I'll give an example of 1 million rands. It's just an example. As an example. In his account. Should I get the RFQ first? Should I get the RFQ first? I'll go to that supplier and tell him, can I please give me stock that is worth 200,000? And he will give it to me. And because I took 200,000...
From where? Where do you take that 200,000 from?
The money is with the supplier, the person who's supplying medical consumables.
Where do they get it from? Remember
myself, and I said from the beginning that we will take 1 million, myself and Mr. Maumela, put it in the account of the medical supplier, the person who supplies medical consumables.
So from both your separate accounts?
Yes.
Each, or you or him, puts 1 million rand to the supplier?
Yes.
And then? And then the supplier, then you win, you get appointed, the supplier gives you the equipment,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Uh-huh. And then you, the hospital, what happens with that medical equipment and the money?
I give an example that, let's say he gave me stock that is worth 200,000. And then when the hospital pays me back that, pays me the money, I have to take back the money that I borrowed, which is 200,000.
Mr.
So
Matlala.
you borrowed it from whom? I think
It's not my, it's not borrowed, it's my money, of course.
Yes, I think that's what we are trying to understand, that we all understand, Mr. Matlala, that you must pay the supplier. We accept that. Take it, we understand that part. What is confusing, at least for me, is when you pay the supplier, there are 200,000.
Yes,
That money comes from your bank account
Yes.
or Mr. Maumela's bank account.
Yes.
That's what you're saying,
Yes.
right? So you get that. And then you supply it to the hospital. Let's say it's a hospital. You supply it to a hospital. And it's 300,000 now when you supply to the hospital. You bought for 200 and the hospital pays you 300.
Yes.
You now have 100 rand profit or 100,000 rand profit.
yes.
How does that get dealt with? It comes into your personal account,
Of course, yes.
and then what happens?
And then Mr. Maumela will get 10% of that profit.
Okay. All right.
I'm going to suggest this, Mr. Matlala. I think you are doing this deliberately. You, less than 2 years ago, you won a 360 million contract from SAPS. And that, you can't have executed that contract with this understanding where we struggle to understand from you about money and transactions and suppliers, and you know, it cannot be. You are doing this deliberately so that we go round and round in circles. Yes, you are.
No, I'm
Yes.
not. Okay, can you please explain to me what part is it that you don't understand?
Where you suggest that you and Mr. Maumela put money in a supplier's account and
Yes.
you buy for 200, why are you putting 2 million in that account when you are buying for 200?
But Commissioner, it's not a once-off thing. Remember, we are going to get stock from you now and then. So just in case it happens that at some point I don't have money, but I know that I've got credit in your company.
So you invest in a supplier's account up to 2 million, but your RFQ that you won is for 200,000. So the supplier holds that 800,000 until you get the next RFQ.
Yes,
Is that your business model?
yes.
Okay. So when you get the 10% that you said you called the chair, you said that 10% goes to the supplier's account.
I didn't say that.
Okay, where does it go to?
To the 10%, it will share the profit. I said that.
Where does it go to?
To myself and Mr. Maumela.
So how does it get there? Because as Commissioner Baloyi pointed out to you, that 200,000 worth of medical equipment you provide to a hospital or to hospitals, for which the Department of Health will pay you.
I'm talking about profit here. Profit.
You must be paid before you can make a profit. Surely.
Yes, I'm saying the profit. That is the money that goes to my account. The profit. I do not know what part. Maybe you're missing from me. I don't understand.
I'm just a mere lawyer. Maybe these business issues are above my pay grade. Chair, I see it's 2 minutes to 11. This might perhaps be the appropriate opportunity.
Let's adjourn and resume at 11:30.
Good morning again. It's 29 minutes past 11. We're about to resume again. Please make sure that your cell phones, your devices are quiet. All right, let's stand. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Lord.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Matlala, I'd hoped that the Adjournment would assist me in understanding how this process works. So perhaps if I could ask you to explain that relationship from the beginning, I'll try not to interrupt as best as you can, then we can move forward.
Okay, you is saying relationship, you want me to start where we, about the
RFQs, yes. If you could try once more for my benefit to explain how it works, the contribution by either one of you, what fund it goes into, and then how purchases are made to satisfy the requirements of the RFQ. If you could just touch on that.
I will call the first person, let's just say the main supplier is the person who will be buying the stock from. Let's just call him the main supplier.
Yes.
Myself and Mr. Maumela I'll give you an example of 1 million rands.
Yes.
From our own personal accounts. We'll take that money and put it to the main supplier's account. Main supplier, not Maumela or myself, main supplier.
Yes.
And depending myself or him, whoever will get the RFQ first, And then let's make an example that maybe the RFQ says 200,000 rands. The main supplier is not giving you money, it's giving you stock that is worth 200,000 rands. And then you go and buy your stock, and Commissioner Baloyi made an example that you get 300,000, and then the 200,000, because you took it from the main supplier, it goes back to the main supplier's account. And then the profit now is 100,000 rands. From that profit, 10% of that profit, it will be 10,000 rands, 10% of 100,000 rands.
Yes. So then, okay, I think I'm making headway. So once the supplier supplies the stock that you require to satisfy the RFQ, correct? And they'll supply 200,000 worth of stock. Or the supplier goes to purchase the stock. That's something you said there.
I said, let's call him, the person who has the stock, let's call him the main supplier.
Yes.
So just for interest of this conversation.
Indeed.
He will, I will give him let's say they need 500 bottles of still water.
Yes.
He will give me the 500 bottles of still water. That is worth 200,000
Okay.
rands.
And then you satisfy then the contract with the Department of Health for
Yes.
provision of that still water.
Yes.
And then you will deduct from what you and Mr. Maumela have paid into the main supplier's account, 200,000.
Yes.
Okay? And that then leaves whatever the balance is. When you have delivered and then the Department of Health pays you, by you I mean either you individually or you both, you indicated that the 200,000 goes back to the main supplier.
Yes, to purchase further in case we would get further RFQs, and then we know that we've got credit
Okay.
with him.
So if each had contributed $1 million at the start, 200,000 down, that leaving 1.8 million, when you pay back after your account has been settled by the Department of Health, you pay back the 200,000 to the main supplier. The main supplier has this, for lack of a better term, I called it a revolving credit then of 2 million.
Of course.
Okay. And the Department of Health pays one of you, whoever was successful in the RFQ, and you make those transactions to pay to the main supplier.
Of course. Yes.
Oh, okay. So then this, you say, started around 2018, 2019. Until when did it maintain?
Maybe 2023, I think 2022, 2023.
Okay. Now, how many suppliers are we talking about? Rough estimation?
How many suppliers?
Yeah, supply. You said there are many RFQs. You said there were too many to count. So on that basis, I assume that there are many suppliers, unless I'm wrong in which
Suppliers.
event. Main suppliers, yes.
Suppliers is, I don't know, okay, I was using my companies. Suppliers, are you referring to companies when you say suppliers?
Yeah, I assumed when you brought in the notion of a main supplier, you meant the company that will provide you with the stock that is required.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes. So I want to know this arrangement you had with what you call quote unquote main supplier. How many main suppliers over that period, 2018, 19 to 2023, were there?
Okay. Yeah, it's only one, but he had two companies.
Okay.
Yes.
What is this supplier? What's the name of this entity?
The one that I can remember is called Telox.
Please say that again.
Telox. Telox.
Is that a PTY or TELOX?
I don't know that.
Mr. Matlala, you can't give over 1 million to somebody you don't know. You've got to have something.
I don't know what is PTY. I don't know that, Commissioner.
Okay. Now, where is this based?
His company.
Yes, this Telox, where is it based?
His factory, I think, is in Midrand, and the other one is in, I think, Jetpack.
So they are both called Telox.
No, the other, I forgot the other. I'll find it. I'll find the other name and then I'll tell you. I'll just have to go through, I'll find the other.
So, so now we're down to 2. In that period, and accepting that you established more or less a revolving credit with either one of them as main suppliers, how much did you personally, how much did you both invest in either to maintain this revolving fund?
We started, I think, with 1 million rands.
It was R1 million.
I'm not sure. Yeah, from the top of my head, I think so.
Okay, perhaps if you give us a range, no more than,
Let's say 1 million rands.
is that guesswork or are you?
Yes, it's guesswork.
No, I want more than guesswork.
I don't know.
You deal with too many millions to know where you invested $1 million or more, right?
I'm not saying that.
Okay. So then, is this revolving fund with the main supplier based on a written agreement?
No, it's not.
Did we get the second company? We have Telox.
He said he doesn't recall the name of the second
I
company.
said I'll find it. I don't
You'll
recall,
find
but I'll find it.
Okay.
And
Oh, Commissioner, I don't know, because last time I heard you saying you went to Sapuna the bank statements. It will show there when I was paying the supplier with the reference.
We wouldn't know who of the many companies
Yes, but I'm
is
saying
the
if
second
you,
one.
I don't know even whether I'll be having copies of those bank statements. Then I can go through them and then it will show, because the reference the reference was medical supply. Then I will know that, okay, this is the other company.
Okay. So now how many you said there was no written agreement in
Yes.
respect of either one of them.
Yes.
So you spoke of a 10% profit. Again, let's use your hypothetical 200,000 worth of stock, which you then acquire, hand over to the Department of Health, let's say stethoscopes, and then you are paid, you will have your profit in there, correct? When you are paid by the Department of Health.
Of course.
Yes. So it is your company whose RFQ was successful. You pay back the value of the stock, which is 200,000, thus restoring the revolving fund back to its original number of 2 million, right? Leaving
Yes.
100,000 as profit.
Yes.
Now, you say you paid 10% of the profit. Who do you pay to?
To my business associate, to Mr. Maumela.
So you've got 100,000, you pay 10%, which would be 30,000. No, which would 30,000 based on what you've received, right?
No, 10% of the profit, Commissioner.
Or 10% of the profit.
Yes.
So it would be 10,000.
Yes.
So if it were his company that were successful, he would do the same for you.
Exactly.
And if you are operating independently, what is the benefit of this exercise that you work jointly?
If I'm operating independently,
Yes, because the RFQ is awarded to you individually or to Mr. Maumela. What is the benefit of having this fund out of which either one of you will gain 10% or where they've put in no sweat?
I don't think I understand your question. Can you please just try to rephrase it?
Okay. Why should Mr. Maumela get 10% of the profit that you made when he has contributed nothing?
He contributed money because there is a money that we put into the main supplier's account. And we agreed that whoever gets RFQ first, we can take money from there, but you have to give me 10% of your profit. So that is your benefit.
Okay, sorry. Sorry, I interrupted. I thought you were done.
Sorry?
I thought you were done. I interrupted. My apologies. Please continue.
No, it's okay. I was just trying to explain that the benefit is the 10% of the profit.
Now, has it ever happened that you provide supplies to the exact amount of what both of you have invested? In this case, we made an example of 2 million. Have you ever exhausted that?
Yes, it happens. Okay, before I answer, let me just get, you're saying, your question is, has it ever happened that I spent more than $1 million? Is that your question?
Well, that the entire amount that both of you have invested
Yes.
is used on one single RFQ.
Yes, it happens.
Okay, how often has that happened?
But it happened a lot. But by then, the business was well established. We can use your own money.
Please say that again.
The business was I'll call it a business. I'll say it was well established. If it exceeds that, then you can use your own money. Because you have money that you're making from the profits.
It's no longer, you're no longer using the fund.
I'm saying if it exceeds that amount.
No, I don't want it to exceed. I want it to stay below what you have both invested. So have you ever exhausted the fund? You've given the supplier 2 million, and you need to supply stethoscopes worth 2 million.
Yes, this is what I'm asking. You're saying, meaning that the entire money that is with the main supplier, I have to use it to buy, to get stock. That's what you're saying.
Okay, yes.
Yes, and then my answer to you is, by then the business was well established, so you can.
So effectively, then let's take you to be the successful bidder, quote unquote. You use up the 2 million to supply stock based on that RFQ to the Department of Health. What Mr. Maumela at the end of the day makes is 10% of the profit you make, and he's lost his entire investment of 1 million. You don't get to repay that.
Go back to the question again. He lost the entire 1 million.
Yes, he invested 1 million.
Yes.
You used it up together with yours to satisfy an RFQ. And you said your arrangement is that you will then pay him 10% of the profit. So his initial investment of 1 million rand, you use up, but you don't get to pay back.
That never happened?
Just a moment, Mr. Matlala. The broadcasters have asked that you switch on both your mics.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. So if you bought stock for 2 million, you use that fund. You and Mr. Maumela have both invested 1 million. You make 250,000. So you give him 10% of the profit, which is, you make 2.5
million.
Yes. You used up the 2 million in the fund to buy the stock. You get paid 2.5 million by the Department of Health. Correct? To include your profit in there, you can't buy and sell for 2 million.
I'm listening.
No, am I correct? That's why, because I need you to correct me where I go wrong so I can understand where my confusion arises from.
Okay. What is your confusion? Maybe I can clarify that, because I'm also confused now.
The thing is, however way I try to clear my confusion, you don't assist me, I'll try again. You both have invested 1 million each. It's 2 million in the fund with the main supplier. The RFQ is yours. You buy stock from that supplier for 2 million, you provide to the Department of Health. Are we good thus far?
Commissioner, first of all, the RFQ does not exceed 500,000.
Uh-huh.
So it cannot be that you can spend the entire 1 million to get stock, and then, because the RFQ obviously is less than 500,000.
Okay, so.
Can we just amend it this way? You get 4 RFQs of 500 each at a time. It's 2 million. But all of them are 500 each. So
okay.
Let's work with that on this question.
It's fine, yes.
Then let's work with that. we are back to 2
Then
million.
you'll use your own money.
Why use your own money? You have a fund of for 2 million that's sitting with the main supplier.
But I'm saying if it exceeds what you have there,
No, it's not exceeding, it's smack bang 2 million.
okay?
Yeah.
Then what is the question?
You use up that 2 million for your 4 RFQs in the example given by
Yes.
Commissioner Baloyi.
Yes.
You provide whatever is required in terms of each RFQ. The total cost is 2 million. So you have expended that entire fund held by the main supplier. Correct?
Of course, yes.
The Department of Health and on time as required by the PFMA pays you as the contracting party what is due to you in terms of the contract, and the profit you are going to make out of all 4 is 500,000. So it pays you 2.5 million. Correct?
Yes.
So in that instance, do you return 2 million back to the fund?
Of course.
And then of the 500,000, you give Mr. Maumela 10%.
Of course.
Then that 2 million stays there again, and you get to use it. So that's why I said the benefit he derives from extending 1 million loan to you is 10% of the little profit you make. That's what he gets out of it.
So the profit will always depend on the 10% will always depend on the profit.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Matlala, there's something I don't think you have factored thus far. If you have, you'll correct me. The main supplier, as you call it, will have invoiced you for 2 million in this example. The 500 times, yes, times 4. And therefore, the 200, the main supplier has to be paid the 200 rand, 200 million rand. So
2 million rands.
2 million, oh, of course, yeah. And so that 2 million is gone, so to speak, because the main supplier must get money for the goods supplied. So to continue having 2 million in the account held by the main supplier, you would have to pay in another 2 million, or not?
I agree.
Yes. So that 2 million is gone. And that actually would take us to one of Ms. Silo's earlier questions, which would be, now this 2 million has been used up by you.
Yes.
In respect of your contracts. What does that mean? Does it mean Mr. Maumela would have lost the 2 million? Or I think you did ask such a question earlier.
The 1 million, yes.
Yeah.
But
we were talking, the 1 million, he's half of the 2 million.
But
Or how would you, between the two of you, work that out? Because that's far, I think the main supplier's invoice was not factored into the discussion or the debate.
Can I answer?
Yes, please.
It's not lost entirely because you're going to buy, you use that money to get stock. So as soon as the department pays you back, we're going to take the 2 million back. So it would be lost, yes, for maybe that period while you're waiting for that payment. As soon as you get the payment, then the money will be back to the main supplier's account. So I cannot say he lost his money. But for that period while you're waiting for the payment, yes, I will say only for that period. That's when I will say the money is gone. But we know that you're going to get your money back.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so now we know you had 2 main suppliers with Mr. Maumela. That much we've established, correct?
One main supplier who owns 2 companies.
Okay. So the payments that you and Mr. Maumela make, is it to the one main supplier who distributes to his companies, or do you also make payment directly to any one of the two companies?
Yeah, to any of the two companies, yes.
You make directly?
Yes.
Okay. So are we talking about 3 companies or 2?
The main supplier owns 2 companies, the main supplier.
Is the main supplier a company or a human being?
He's a human being who owns 2
Oh,
companies.
okay. So who's this main supplier? Perhaps if I have a name for him, I'll be able to distinguish him from the other companies. Who's this main supplier?
I'll give you the name of the company. The name I cannot give it to you. Earlier I mentioned that I might be under investigation. I can give you
Why
the name of
can't
the
you
company.
give the name?
Just in case, because I said chances are I might be investigated. We cannot rule out that I'm not investigated. During my tea break, I checked on it's there now. We can show it to you on the computer. They say I am investigated. The thing is I cannot prove it, but
We have established one thing. Yesterday, you suggested you were under investigation. You undertook to provide documentation to prove you are under investigation. The document you provided does not demonstrate that you are under investigation. Thus far, the Commission has got nothing before it to even suggest that you are under any investigation regarding these issues, your relationship with Mr. Maumela. So we don't work on the basis that on the off chance that you might be investigated. You are either under investigation or you are not. Thus far, you haven't established that you are. Do you accept that?
no, I don't accept that, Commissioner.
How have you established that you are under investigation?
From the then NDPP, he said it himself. So, and then I saw it on the, I can ask my legal counsel now to show it to you on the computer, it's there.
To show me what? Why didn't you provide? You provided us one document.
I'm sorry, Commissioner. I just checked that now during tea break. When I was searching for any investigation that I can find.
Yes.
So before that, the only thing that I could find is that which I accept that I'm not, for that, that SIU document, for that I accept that I'm not under investigation.
Okay.
And I'm not disputing that. However, I said, because I cannot prove that, it does not mean that I'm not under investigation.
Okay, then you say you found something on the computer. We will check it during lunch. But for our purposes, can you describe the nature of this document you found that confirms that you are under investigation?
No, it's an article made by the NDPP.
Okay. When and what does it say precisely, and what crime are you being investigated for?
For the Department of Health, it's from, I think by then he was the head of SIU.
What are you being investigated for, Mr. Matlala? If the NDPP says you're under investigation, it
Yes.
should at least tell you what you are being investigated
For
for.
tender fraud.
Okay.
Mr. Matlala, perhaps to assist us, you should clarify this. Looking at the arrangement you have told us about, your arrangement with Mr. Maumela, depositing money with a supplier to then use funds out of that fund for the purposes that you have explained. Nothing immediately tells me from where I'm sitting that there is criminality about that. I'm not saying there isn't. But sitting where I am, nothing jumps out of your testimony to tell me that here's the criminality. So I find it very difficult to understand your standpoint that you are being investigated about this specifically, and for you to then refuse to answer the last question that Ms. Silo put to you. Do you want to comment on that?
Yes, please, Commissioner.
Yes, please.
Chairperson, I'm sorry. Chairperson, it's because the investigation, I wouldn't know how wide would the investigation be, and I wouldn't even know that which or who are they going to interview or cross-examine. I don't know that, and I do not want to give up names of people who also might incriminate. I do not want to do that. The question that I was asked from the chair, from the commissioner, is my relationship with Mr. Maumela, which I was willing to comment on that. So, but anything that has to do with the investigation, I do not want to dwell on that.
You see, the difficulty then is your response has a good few I don't knows, I don't know. And you are not able to pinpoint criminality to which you might be subjected, and for you to then be in a position to assert the privilege against self-incrimination. So, cut a long story short, I fail to understand the basis, if you are indeed asserting the privilege in this context. So I do not understand the basis for it. You remember our debate yesterday about the need for you to identify specific criminality and to, on the basis of that, claim the privilege. So it's on that basis that if you say, I don't know, and you are not identifying a specific crime, I don't quite get how you are claiming or asserting the privilege. You want to comment?
Chairperson, I want to ask that if there is an ongoing investigation, which I will say again, I won't say 100% that I am under investigation. It's what I heard, and it's what I heard also from the then NDPP himself. So my question is, if there is an ongoing investigation, doesn't that stand as, the thing is, I do not know how the rules apply, of the commission applies, but I don't know whether if there's an ongoing investigation, does not that stand as why I do not want to answer a certain question?
You see, I'm engaging you on the basis of the facts that you have proffered. And on that basis, I have said there's no criminality that jumps out of the narrative you have given us. And on that basis, I do not understand how you can assert the privilege. That's the simple basis on which I'm engaging you on now. My understanding of what you are saying is that there just might be some criminality of which I have no idea. And on the basis of that, I'm asserting the privilege. Surely, that cannot be the basis of asserting the privilege. So unless you tell us something more concrete, you are not entitled to assert the privilege. Not on this, not on what you've said thus far. Do you accept that basically what you said, or the substance of what you are saying is, I know I'm being investigated, and there just might be, you are not saying for a fact there is, there just might be some criminality, and therefore I'm not prepared to answer these questions or this question. Do you accept my interpretation of what you said, or my understanding of what you said?
No, Chairperson, I beg to differ.
Yes.
I said, if there investigation, obviously there is criminality. I'm saying I cannot prove it to you, because what I know is only what the head of the SIU said, which is something that I can prove it to you is here. I'm not on the computer. I can show it to you that they said themselves that they are investigating me. So that is what I know, and then I cannot just ignore that. They cannot just say that because of they were just trying to, I don't know, mention my name for the fun of it. There is something out of it. So I don't know what is that. So that is not something that I'm just thumb-sucking. It's something which is there, and I'm saying to you, I can ask my legal counsel now to show it to you on the computer, or we can, I don't know if they can print that article. I don't know how or we can show the computer itself. So that is something which exists. So the thing is, I have never been approached And I said, I'm not going to sit here and lie and say I've been approached about this thing, but what I know is that there is an ongoing investigation.
You have said for the first time that there is criminality. Earlier, the substance of what you said was exactly what I said in my interpretation of it. It's for the first time now in your last response that you say there is criminality. But the question that will then arise is, what is that criminality? Because on the engagement you have been having with Ms. Sillo and my co-commissioners, nothing jumps out of your testimony and tells us that here's criminality, indicating also what the nature of that criminality is. Nothing jumps out of your testimony to give us that or to tell us that. So you just say there is criminality. What criminality?
Chairperson, can I answer?
Yes, all we know, I will let you answer just now. All we know is you pulled funds together and you then placed those funds in the hands of a quote-unquote main supplier, and then you use those funds in the manner in which you described. Nothing readily tells me what the criminality is. I'm not saying there isn't any. I don't know. Sitting here, I do not know. But what I will say is no criminality immediately manifests itself. So what's the criminality on the basis of which you can assert the privilege?
Chairperson, the purpose for us to have that business is to supply medical equipment to the Department of Health. Then that is when the SIU flagged that there is some criminality in or irregularities, I don't know what I can call it, but because of the SIU got involved and then they are investigating it. Obviously, SIU, they investigate criminality. And then I haven't been charged now. I cannot tell you what charge am I facing. I don't know whether it will be fraud or corruption or what, I don't know. But what I know is there is an ongoing investigation. That is a fact, Chairperson.
Thank you. Ms. Rillo.
Thank you, Chair. If I may continue, then I'll, for purposes of my question, accept what you say. SIU is investigating. Are you aware of any crime that would have been committed in this arrangement that we have just discussed, that the SIU is likely to uncover?
Like I said,
Perhaps let's avoid committed. Are you aware of a crime that they could possibly be investigating? Let's avoid committed.
I'll accept that.
Thank you.
That
Thank
qualifier.
you.
So it's actually a better question and I guess a lower threshold.
Commissioner, that's why when you are under investigation, they call you a suspect. Because of it they haven't proved anything that you might have committed. There's a reasonable suspicion that you might have committed a possible offense.
Yes.
So, as I see it here, from my side, I don't know of any wrongdoing that I did, but it does not stop someone from investigating me. So just because of I'm saying I did not do this, it does not mean now they must stop investigating.
No, we're not directing SIU to stop. I'm just trying to understand. Remember, so far you are failing on the first front where you seek to assert your rights to identify the offense that you could potentially be incriminating yourself in. And that's why we are having this debate. Because if you at least you had identified the offense, then the chair, I guess, would have considered your fear of that offense being levied against you in the context of the conversation we are having. We can't even do that because it's unclear what offense you are worried about or you suspect you are being investigated on.
Commissioner, if I can make an example and I say to you that tomorrow I'm going to shoot you, obviously you'll be maybe wearing a bulletproof or driving in an armored car. I'm preparing you for something. Even SIU, I will know by the time they charge me that this is what they have been charged with. But before that, I wouldn't know. So I cannot tell you now, as I sit here, that this is what they are investigating me for. I don't know that. I haven't been approached yet.
Should we perhaps not request that the evidence leaders and the commission should have sight of the document that Mr. Matlala referred to? And,
Yes, please.
Which I think he was suggesting buttresses the point he's making. As to how, in practical terms, we are able to get that, Ms. van den Heever?
We've got the specific article. There was a press release or interview conducted by, he's now the NDPP, but he was then the head of the SIU when this was done. So that we can make available. We also have a further progress report dated 2025 that was issued by the SIU that again sort of refers to Mr. Matlala being under investigation, being a suspect in this matter. I've also endeavored to obtain, that's why I walked out, and I have to apologize that I ran this way. Just to get up there was very difficult for me. I've made contact to obtain the full SIU application for you, Chairperson. It would assist, I think, the Commission to do its work, as well as the asset forfeiture unit application. All places where we refer, it's clear for you to see that he is indeed a suspect in a variety of investigations. And yeah, I will leave it at that. If you give us, we will endeavor, we don't have the facilities with us, but we will endeavor to get everything printed and provided to you. It will assist you tremendously to understand, I think, what the client, again, as a layperson, is trying to convey in very simple terms to you at this point. Thank you, Chairperson.
May we leave it between you and Ms. Sildo to arrange for the sharing.
By you, I of course refer to the royal you.
No, that I was going to propose perhaps that we park it so that we can sort out these issues during the lunch adjournment. And just to assure Mr. Matlala and Ms. van der Heever, they don't have to worry about printing. It suffices to email them and we'll take care of the printing. So that should take a burden off their shoulders. Thank you.
And just in the event, because I have no idea, because you referred to something additional to the media statement or something, just in case the documents are voluminous, if perhaps you could, even if you share the full documents, if you could identify the relevant parts.
We will do our best, Chairperson.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. We will work on that during the course of the lunch period. Then perhaps just to close this issue, Mr. Matlala, where I understand that there was no agreement, I think you testified as such, no written agreement between yourself and Mr. Maumela for this venture. You said there was none?
Yes.
Was there an agreement with the supplier?
I said there was none.
There was none.
Yes.
Now, you said this is over a period 2018-19, okay, thereabouts, until 2023. That's about a period of 4 to 5 years.
Yes.
Rough calculation. I will not hold you to any specific number. Over that period, are you able to say how much each of you invested in this revolving fund with the main supplier?
We were not investing in him. We were.
Oh, okay.
It was a credit. It was, I'll say, maybe credit.
Okay, and this credit facility with the main supplier, how much did each of you contribute?
Sometimes it will be 2 million or 4 million. It will depend on how much we have on that specific time.
So what is the total amount you would have contributed over the period of 4 to 5 years, 2018-19 to 2023?
Myself, or you mean myself and Mr. Maumela?
Yes.
Oh, I'll have to do the math.
Thumbs up?
I have to do the math, Commissioner. Please, can we pack it for now and then I'll just...
Okay, single, double, triple digit, where are we at?
I don't know.
Okay, well, you will check that during the lunch as well while we do the other exercise. Now, in participating in this credit, I don't know what to call it, with the main supplier, but you know, I call it a fund, right?
Of course,
So
yes.
for purpose of my question, let's just call it a fund. And participating in this fund, were you doing it directly as Mr. Matlala, or were you doing through any of your companies? Who was the participant in this scheme?
You say the payment will come through my personal account or from my business account?
Yes.
Is that the question?
Well, yes, I want to know whether it's Mr. Matlala contributing to this fund, or is it Mr. Matlala through, is it AK, Black Trading, those companies that
Yes,
we are with?
it will be through a business account, but because it was not a formal thing, as long as the money is there, I will just send it from whichever company that I have money in.
No, I'm happy with that. You remember that you keep suggesting we go look at your bank statements. So I assume, correct me if I'm wrong, that there will be bank statements for the company, all your companies. There would be your personal bank statements. So which bank statements do we look at?
It cannot be personal, but it should be business.
Okay, now which companies?
That's just because, like I said, I was just using money from any of the, so it's safe to just get statements from all the companies.
Which all the companies? In the morning, Commissioner Khumalo pointed out to you that, was it yesterday, previous engagement about your companies, there is one that, at least one you did not mention, that is now in the list of the SIU application. So can you at least give us the names of the companies through which you participated in this scheme?
I said to Commissioner Khumalo that the other companies had been deregistered, but by then they were operating. So I will invite you to get, for us to be safe, to rather get all the bank statements. But because other companies were deregistered, I don't know. The thing is, I don't remember when other companies were being deregistered. So, but from 2018, it will be safe to get all of them.
Mr. Matlala, sorry. Surely you are able to tell us that most of the time when I was putting money into the main supplier, I was using Black AK or I was using Cat VIP services. You should be able to tell us that. And then we will be able to go look at the bank account of one or two of those to get to the point where you want us to get at. So the starting point is you giving an indication that most of the time when I was investing or I was putting money into this fund with the main supplier, I was using this company or both of these companies. Are you not able to do that?
Commissioner Baloyi, I didn't want to confine myself only in this specific account, but when you say most, I know that most of the time I was using the Black AK account, but I didn't want to just confine myself. And the next thing, we find that there's other funds.
I'll tell you how it assists.
Okay.
Once we go into the Black AK bank account, and we see that most of the time this is the medical supplier that you were paying money into.
Yes.
When we go to the other bank accounts, then we will look for that entity in those other bank accounts, and that's how we will be able to move forward. So the starting point, if you say it was Black AK
of course,
trading, then let's start from there.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. In fact, it's Commissioner Khumalo, not Baloyi.
I'm sorry.
No, you're not the first one, so I take no offense.
I couldn't resist.
I've given up on correcting anyone, Mr.
I'm sorry, Commissioners.
I couldn't resist, Mr. Matlala. You say, so now.
Sorry, maybe it would be of tremendous help. I know.
Your microphone.
Sorry, it might be of assistance if I may be so bold as to suggest the following. We know that the manner in which you work, I would assume that you are in possession of his bank statements. I will get the dates. Why is it not just handed over? Otherwise, we're going to go back. It then turns almost into let's catch you out by what you commit yourself to or not. If we give you the bank, the entities. You are in possession of the bank statements provided to us. We can then take this matter further. That would be a manner for us to assist the Commission in that regard. It's clean, it's easy then for the client to go through the various bank statements and, if possible, then identify what he needs to deal with.
Chair, I hear what Ms. van der Heever suggests. However, I would like to believe that we're not talking about 10 or more companies involved in this scheme. There might be 2, 3. And I am happy to accept that, as he says, some of his companies have since been deregistered, that he subsequently will say to the Commission, oh, I forgot the 4th, which happened to do one transaction. It's possible. But if there are specific companies and we know what to look out for in their statements, it makes the process easier. What Ms. van der Heever wants is us to give them statements. They go through them and say, okay, it's this company, it's that company. These are not events from 20 years ago. Mr. Matlala should have some recollection of at least 1, 2, or 3 companies, and if he says at least those, there may be more, I would leave it at that. Then when we've got the statements, it's to ask him whether this particular transaction by this other company related to the same scheme.
Let's continue with the questioning, and obviously once the statements have been sourced, they will be shared.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, you've spoken of Black AK. Is there any other you can recall as you sit there?
No, I think with the Black AK, that will help because
Okay.
most of the payments were made from the Black AK account.
Most of the payments were made from there. Now, as at the dissolution of this fund, and I say it's fund, what was the payout by the supplier to yourself and Mr. Maumela? And by yourself, of course, I mean to the right account of the entity through which you had invested. When you shut down the fund, you said it was until 2023. What was paid out to both of you by the supplier?
By the main supplier?
Yes, what was returned, not paid out, what was returned to you, because I understood it to always have been your money.
Yes, I don't think there was no money left there.
Oh, you had exhausted the fund?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this kind of arrangement, did it ever involve anyone besides yourself and Mr. Maumela?
No.
Just the two of you?
Yes.
Okay. You testified, I think, yesterday, no, the 21st, describing your relationship with Mr. Msibi and that you provided security services to him, if I understood you correctly.
Yes.
And you indicated there that you didn't have a relationship. You recall I even asked, I think, of a friendship, and I think you suggested that he was an old man. You recall us having that conversation?
No, I said he called me son and I called him Baba.
Yes, and that there was otherwise no relationship.
Relationship we had because of he was my client. I said, you said business, you were referring to other businesses except rendering security services for him. I do not know relationship in which context are you referring to.
Okay, perhaps then let's take a step back. Please describe your relationship then, in whatever context there is.
He was a client because I was rendering security services for him.
Yes.
But since the services were for VIP protection, close protection, so most of the times I'll be with, not myself as a protector, but as the director of the company, most of the times I'll be with him. And then we will talk about other things, but it's not like a relationship. I do not want to commit myself and say we are friends. We are not friends.
Actually said he was old. You couldn't be friends with him.
Yes.
Why do you accept it when it comes from Commissioner Baloyi and you deny that when I suggested to you that's what you said, Mr. Matlala?
Okay, it's fine. I said that.
Now, you say you were not friends. Did you have a business relationship other than you, your company, by you, I mean your company providing VIP protection to him?
Other businesses?
Yeah, other business relationships.
No, I don't have.
Okay. Now, did you ever perform any favors or execute any requests by him outside the provision of the VIP protection services? Do you ever do anything for him?
Yes, he will ask for random things, yes.
Like what?
Like I remember when he wanted to buy a Rolex for the wife, and then he asked me, where can he get a Rolex? And then I told him where I bought mine, and then things like that. So.
Okay, I'm more interested in actions rather than what you told him. What have you done for him outside providing services?
No. Done?
Nothing?
Nothing.
Okay. Are you aware if he had a relationship with Mr. Maumela? Are you?
He knew him, yes, but it's not a relationship. Again, I think is something which we need to explain it how when we mean a relationship.
And that's why I call it a relationship. It could be anything. I have no other term beside relationship. You get to determine the nature of the relationship.
Okay, Commissioner, let me just take you a step back, and then maybe you'll first of all, he knew he knew Mr. Maumela because of me.
Okay.
What do you mean by that? Did you introduce Mr. Maumela to him or Mr. Msibi to Mr. Maumela?
Oh, Mr. Maumela, actually, he was selling his car, and then Mr. Msibi wanted to know which car is he selling, and then that's when they got to know each other, and then he ended up knowing him because of myself. Most of the time I will be with him when I go to see him.
You have got two hymns there. You'd be with who when you go to see who?
Okay. Sometimes I'll go with Mr. Maumela to Mr. Msibi, but at some point, he wanted to even sell his car.
What car is this? Do you recall?
It's a Pagani Huawera. I don't know how to pronounce that name, Huawera or something. Pagani Huawera.
You are a sports fan enthusiast. You can't call it. What do I call it?
It's not English, Commissioner.
You're an enthusiast. I thought you would know and at least educate us how it's said. Okay. So it was the one car.
Yes.
Now, beyond that transaction of buying the car, was there a relationship they maintained, to your knowledge?
A relationship?
They maintained, yes. Mr. Maumela and Mr. Msibi?
I don't think so.
No.
I don't think so.
And was Mr. Msibi part of, in any form, part of this, you remember the fund we just discussed? Was he a part of that fund in any manner, whether as a contributor, an indirect investor, or in any form you can think of?
No,
he didn't participate at all?
No, he was not.
Were you involved? Were you ever involved in exchange of monies between Mr. Maumela and Mr. Msibi? If so, when and under what circumstances?
Exchange of money?
Yes. The paying over of money, the handing over of money. And I say exchange because it could have come from either end.
No, I don't think so. Paying of money, I don't remember.
Not Mr. Maumela paying Mr. Msibi or Mr. Msibi paying Mr. Maumela. You are not aware of any of those?
I actually saw one from the bundles that I was going through, but I've been trying. I think it was when I add those monies together, they end up to 4 million, I think. It was, but these partly payments, 200, 1.3 million, 2 million. I saw some of the monies there, but I do not recall what was that money for.
Oh, so there were payments of monies, now you recall?
From what I saw in the bundles, yes,
Yes.
Yes.
And you say amounted to about 4 million.
yes.
And you are not aware how that came about because they didn't have a relationship, any kind of relationship beyond the buying of Mr. Maumela's sports car.
As saying that's when he got to know him. They didn't have a relationship, yes, but he's someone that you can talk to.
We dealt with the sports car. You say you don't know if he bought it, and you say as far as you
No,
know,
the
there was
sports-
no relationship beyond that.
Sorry.
Didn't you say that?
The sports car, I know that he did not buy it.
Yes.
Yes.
And we agreed that beyond the interest in the sports car, whatever the outcome was, there was no other relationship you're aware of. That was your testimony.
Yes, that I'm aware of, yes.
Yes. So how do you become aware of 4 million and the like being paid? What relationship was that between the two of them?
I became aware because I saw it in the bundles.
Okay, forget what you saw in the bundles. Go back in memory, you knowing both Mr. Maumela and Mr. Msibi, and tell me about the relationship that you were aware of that they had at the time.
Comparing my relationship with Mr. Msibi, I cannot say Mr. Maumela had the same relationship with Mr. Msibi.
Don't compare, just give a description of the relationship as you understood it.
He will know him as because he called me my son's friend.
So you're saying it's in that context that there was an exchange of 4 million to his son's friend?
I said, I do not know what was that payment for. I don't know that.
So you say you don't know what the payment was for?
Yes.
Were you involved in any manner in the payment?
Involved how,
In
Commissioner?
any manner? That was the question.
It's Mr. Maumela who paid Mr. Msibi.
It's Mr. Maumela paying Mr. Msibi. Were you involved?
It's not actually Mr. Msibi, because it's Mr. Koza. When I see the bank, what is it called? The proof of payment. It's Mr. Koza. But the money was sent to, the proof of payments, I sent them to Mr. Msibi.
Why?
I will assume that maybe Mr. Maumela asked me to send the proof of payment to Mr. Msibi.
So now we have left the payment of 4 million between Mr. Msibi and Mr. Maumela, and now it has become payment between Mr. Koza and Mr. Maumela. But then you send the proof of payment to Mr. Msibi. Is that a fair understanding of what you are saying?
Commissioner, if I knew what was the payment, because now what I'm about, I will answer, it will be out of assumptions. I don't know what is the payment for, and then I do not even remember me sending that proof of payment, but because it's there, I might have sent it, yes, but I don't remember what was that for.
I didn't ask you what it was for. I'm trying to understand. Originally, you said that Mr. Msibi, Mr. Maumela, somewhere there was an exchange of 4 million that you since reminded of.
Yes.
Towards the tail end of what you were saying, you then introduced Mr. Koza and Mr. Maumela, as if the exchange was between the two of them. And then you said you forwarded the proof of payment to Mr. Msibi. That's your testimony.
Yes, according to what I saw on
So
the
then,
chats.
why would, if it's between Mr. Koza and Mr. Maumela, why do you send it to Mr. Msibi? The proof of payment.
I wanted to say what I will answer, it will be based on assumptions because I do not even remember that thing happening. So I will assume that maybe Mr. Maumela asked me to forward this payment to Mr. Msibi.
Mr. Matlala, who is Mr. Koza in this picture? And asking because we're trying to make sense of the importance of this evidence.
Mr. Koza, I don't know him. Because according to that thing, it says Agrippa Koza. The name is Agrippa, so I don't know who is Agrippa Koza.
Do you know why you were sending a proof of payment to Mr. Msibi? Your involvement.
I said I don't even remember sending that proof of payment, but I'm not saying I did not send it.
Now that you've seen it,
Yes,
did not jog
I
your
wouldn't.
memory?
Before I came here, I've been trying to remember, obviously, that what was this thing for, but honestly, I don't.
Thank you. Yes.
Why would Mr. Maumela sent proof of payment through you, if you knew nothing about what that transaction or what those payments are about, and you don't know who COSA is, you've introduced Mr. Maumela to Mr. Msibi. They've even tried to do a transaction to sell a car. So they do know each other. They must have each other's numbers. You have to have had an explanation why it is you that is being asked to send proofs of payment. Even if you say it's a while back, unless you were doing this kind of thing many times, I would understand if this was one of many that you did. Assuming there weren't many where you were forwarding proof of payments from Mr. Msibi to Mr. Maumela, I would expect you to have a recollection of how you get involved in this. Yeah, you may respond.
It's because Mr. Maumela never had Mr. Msibi's number. So I forwarded it because I am the one who had Mr. Msibi's number. But like I said, I do not recall what was that payment for. I don't even remember me sending that proof of payment, but I see that I did send that proof of payment.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioners. So you concluded that Mr. Msibi would have an interest in these proof of payment, and that's why you shared them with him? Is that a fair understanding, or am I misunderstanding you?
I wanted to comment, but I said it will be an assumption because I will think maybe Mr. Msibi asked him and Mr. Maumela, they had some other businesses which I was not aware of, and then he wanted, Mr. Maumela wanted me to show him that he paid that money. I don't know.
I'm more interested in what either one of them said to you about sharing the proof of payment.
I do not remember even that thing happening, Commissioner, so I cannot answer that.
So you are saying you could potentially have just woken up one morning and said it might be a good idea to share this proof of payment with one of them?
Commissioner, I'm
You
saying...
wouldn't know, you don't remember.
So what was your question?
My question is, you could very well have woken up one cold morning and decide you are going to share this piece of information and give the proof of payment.
It cannot be like that.
Okay.
For me to do that, someone must have asked me to do that.
Okay. So at least one of them asked you to do that. So
Of
you
course,
received
yes.
the proof of payment from
Yes.
one of them and you shared with the other.
Yes.
And you are saying it's because either one of them would have asked you.
Of course, yes.
Okay. That makes logical sense. Now, I would like to refer us to, Commissioner Balo, you. Okay. Can we go to, there are so many file ones here. I'm going to try and describe. File 1, exhibit bundle, additional chats. That's what it should read on your spine. No. There's still part A, part B, still file 1. It just reads file 1. But it must have below his name, exhibit bundle, additional chats.
Yes, that's what it says.
File 1, not B, just simple file 1. You found it?
No, it does say file 1B. It does say.
Oh, no, I understand that it has since become 1A and 1B. I worked off one file, so I think it grew.
Maybe help us with the page number.
Oh,
and then
I don't even know if it's sequential, I fear. I'm starting at least at page 114. I understand it's 1A, page 114. And that should lend me on a sheaf of papers that reflect some conversations between Mr. Matlala and Mr. Msibi. Those are the downloaded chats.
And that's CJC 417.
CJC 417, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, then I think we are on the same document. Mr. Matlala, they've assisted you with that.
Sorry, Chairperson, we're not yet there, sorry. We're trying to
Okay,
get
take
to-
your time. Take your time.
All right, all right.
File 1, Part A, page 114.
That's correct, and it should have a flag reading CJC 417.
Because
Are you there now, Ms.?
I assume, I don't see a chat, but I am on page 114 and I am at the correct tab, so I will hear what's coming next to see if I can understand what we're busy with.
I can assure you the chats in the first page of 114 are not in white ink. There are no chats at 114. The pack starts at 114. Just to confirm, if you go to 115 and you have regard to what's on the screen, do you have the same?
Yes, I do have.
You have it, Mr. Matlala. Ms. Van der Heever, I have 115 on the screen. Is that what you have in your file?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, then I think we found each other. Mr. Matlala, I would like to refer you in this file to page 120. And I'm looking at chat number 5. There is an attachment there. It's titled Aircraft Purchase Agreement. And if you stay with this file and go to page 127, that is the printed.
So did you identify whose chats these are?
Yeah, I thought I did, Chair, but for the record, for avoidance of doubt.
I might have missed it.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
It's chats between Mr. Msibi and Mr. Jotham Msibi and Mr. Matlala, and as appears at page 115. Thank you, Chair. We were at page 120, Mr. Matlala, and that attachment is in your file as page 127. I see it's an aircraft purchase agreement, and I have checked, but it's dated the 21st of October 2020, if you go to the back of it. And this, it would appear, was you received from Mr. Msibi. Mr. Msibi sent to you, not that you sent. Correct?
We are on 127 now.
Yes, you see the document at 127?
Yes, I see it.
Now let's go back to 120.
Yes, I'm on 120.
At 120, looking at chat number 5, there is that document in a green box that says aircraft purchase agreement. I'm saying that is that document printed off.
Yes.
Okay. Perhaps before then I ask you the question just so to orientate ourselves. The chats appearing on the left in sort of a white or grayish border are supposed to be chats from you, and the ones appearing on the right in green are supposed to be chats you received.
Okay.
That's how we read the document. So on that basis, it would appear that you received this agreement from Mr. Msibi.
Okay.
Now, what was this agreement about? It was about purchasing it was about a purchased aircraft. What relevance did it have to you to the provision of services, VIP protection services for you?
It does.
Huh?
It does. It's very relevant, but there were some guys who were selling an aircraft, yes, and then I was very interested.
You were interested in buying the aircraft?
Yes.
But the agreement here is between between a company, the seller and the buyer, and you are neither.
Yes.
Where were you going to buy it from?
No, he was showing me that there was an agreement, but it didn't go through, that these guys were continuing to selling this aircraft. But I think that aircraft, I didn't even go and view the aircraft. I remember it was in Vonderboom. So I just lost interest. I don't know what happened.
I am so confused right now. You'd pity me if you truly understood. Mr. Msibi shares with you an aircraft purchase agreement.
Yes.
You say you were interested in buying an aircraft, and I say, but this is an agreement between a company called Alpha and the seller. It's got nothing to do with you, right?
Yes, I agree.
Okay. So how would you have exercised your interest in buying an aircraft by seeing an agreement concluded by this company, I think owned by Mr. Msibi, or it's got an association therewith called Alpha, and this other entity?
Yes, Commissioner. I wanted to see the details of the aircraft, so I do not know why Mr. Msibi sent also the sale agreement with the seller and the buyer. But the intention here was to purchase the aircraft. So whether he sent additional documents, maybe it was his oversight, I don't know.
Okay, so where do you go shopping for one?
An aircraft?
Yeah.
Where?
Yes.
You can, from a private seller, or you can go directly to the supplier.
Okay, so, and I'm trying to understand, where does this agreement assist you in following up on the interest you have in purchasing an aircraft? Unless you tell me you were interested in acquiring an aircraft from the same seller. Is that the case?
The aircraft does not belong to Mr. Msibi. It belonged to some other guys. I don't know them. Mr. Msibi was telling me that there's guys that are selling an aircraft. So one of the guys, I think, is even a technician, because he came to the farm. I remember I had a meeting with them. But I found out that the aircraft was not even in good condition, so I didn't even go and view the aircraft.
Chairperson, I'm just as confused as my learned friend. How does this particular issue fit in within the framework of what is being investigated by the Commission? I've allowed the client to answer the question, but it sort of doesn't fit. I don't see a correlation between what the Commission must investigate and this particular issue.
Thank you, Ms. Vanenhoef.
Chair, it's not a particular issue this commission is investigating. The commission is investigating issues reflected in its terms of reference. And a multiplicity of facts will assist this commission in making a determination one way or another in respect of any term of reference. So it cannot be that the challenge is, what does this specific question have to do? We've been discussing the relationship between Mr. Matlala and Mr. Msibi after we had done Mr. Matlala and Mr. Maumela. It's in that context. And perhaps if my learned friend is a bit patient until we get to the end of this exercise, she might just get an answer to her question. Or otherwise, we run the risk that to every question, I must say, this particular question refers to a term of reference number 2.2, number 2.6, and that is absolutely ridiculous. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson.
Thank you, Ms. Lo. Yes.
Thank you, Chairperson. I am also here to assist the Commission. My client is here, and in that context, relevance is, of course, something very important, because you've time and time reminded us that your time limits are relevant. I have listened to what she said, and if she says to me, and I will accept it, there is some form of relevance to the terms of reference, and she's going to come to it, I will accept it at this point. But I can't just sit and allow questions that I don't see the relevance of up front to be asked at this stage. That is my duty, is to also deal with those issues before you. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lo has made the point that we will see in due course, so thus far I will allow the line of questioning. Please continue, Ms. Lo.
Thank you, Chair. So then you say you didn't buy that aircraft?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Can we go then to page 122? And at 122, I want us to have regard to chat number 3. This is dated the 22nd of September 2023. If you see at the bottom left of that particular chat, and it's from Mr. Jotham Msibi with a question, must I send the NetBank one? Do you recall what the conversation is about here?
I think this has to do with that proof of... Sorry, Commissioner, and now I'm confused also. That payment, was it from Mr. Msibi or from Mr. Maumela?
Well, I don't even know if there's been a payment.
No, there is proof of payments. I saw them here in the
Perhaps let's take it a step at a time. I'm looking at this particular message. It says, which reads, must I send the NetBank one? I don't know what the one is. I thought you might recall. It comes from Mr. Msibi to you.
Yes, I see it, but also I'm confused. I do not know.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's continue then. Perhaps it might get clearer. Your response follows at chat 4. And you say, NetBank is proof of payment. That's what I wanted to show.
Yes.
Okay. What proof of payment was this? Do you have any recollection? No?
Isn't it the proof of payment that they are here in the bundles? The NetBank proof of payment?
I don't know. I'm not a participant in this chat, and I'm asking you to the extent that you can recall.
The problem, this thing happened in 2022, I also don't recall, so I'm trying to get some help, so maybe I don't know, Commissioner.
Okay.
I don't know.
So, because I think then chat 6 perhaps might help you and I understand better, because at chat 6 you say, this one is the account Morgan sent to deposit money to. So then my reading of it is, these are details of a bank account you are providing to Mr. Msibi and saying that this is where, according to Morgan, the deposit must be made.
Just for identification, I think you said chat 6, it's 5.
Oh, chat 5, I'm running ahead. Yes.
The one that says this one is the account Morgan sent to deposit.
That's quite correct, Chair.
Yes.
I ran ahead, it's chat 5. I'm sorry, Mr. Matlala, for confusing it. It's chat 5. So you clarify that this is the account Morgan sent to deposit money to. You see that?
Yes, I see.
So it would suggest that Morgan says pay the deposit into this account. That's what is said here.
If you can check the proof of payments, Morgan is the one who sent money, not the other way around.
I'm dealing with the words I'm looking at.
The words are confusing even myself. It wouldn't make sense because if you go back and check the proof of payments, you see Mr. Koza is the recipient and Mr. Maumela is the one who sent money. So it cannot, so...
You are saying to Mr. Msibi, this is the account Morgan says to deposit the money into. You say those words.
No,
I can interpret them for you.
No, it says this one is the account Morgan sent to deposit money. Yeah, I see.
Yes.
Commissioner, I don't know. I don't want to lie to you.
And it's you talking, Mr. Matlala, so you should be able to tell us what you were saying.
From what we discussed, it must be that it's either I sent an account number to Maumela to pay to Mr. Msibi. I will assume that is what happened here.
That wouldn't dovetail with that because you are suggesting Mr. Maumela paying Mr. Msibi, but what you are saying here is it should be the other way around. Mr. Maumela being
maybe it's my English. I was supposed to say Mr. Maumela. You know, it's very difficult for me to justify something that I don't even remember. So
Okay, let's.
What I'm working on here is just assumptions.
Sorry, Mr. Matlala, you should please wait until Ms. Silo is done. Don't speak over her. We'll have problems with the transcript.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson.
All right,
Thank you,
thank you.
Chair. And I too, at times, I think I'm guilty of that, so I'll take the Chair's caution as well. Let's see if we can, you and I can understand what you meant then by following these chats. Chat 6, you then, at the bottom of page 122, you say it's F&B. I take it it's F&B account.
Yeah, I see it. I see it.
So you are informing Mr. Msibi about an F&B account, if we read it together with chat 5, into which the deposit must be made, and that you got this detail from Mr. Morgan. Would that be a reasonable interpretation at least?
It cannot be because
Okay.
I remember even this period, it was during Mr. Msibi's wedding, and he paid money to my account for the security there by the venue. So there is money that Mr. Msibi paid to my account for the wedding. So I think this is something different.
Yes, it's not paying you, it's paying...
No, he's paying me. This can be, there's a date here, Commissioner. It's easy to verify this. We just go to the bank statements, we can verify.
I thought this is a payment, I don't know from who to who, but between Mr. Msibi and Mr. Maumela. How do you get into the equation now?
No, I'm saying, I know during this period, Mr. Msibi paid money to my account.
Yes.
And we have a date here. I'm saying
okay.
for us to prove that is to go to the bank statements and check the dates, then we will see that it's either a day after or the same day the money was paid to my account.
So you say he was paying for a wedding, I thought you said?
Security, yeah.
Security.
Yes.
This might just help us then. Let's get it out of the way. If we go to page 116.
116.
The very first chat at page 116, titled Wedding Package 2022. You see that?
Yes, I see it.
Okay. Now, you at chat 3, you give a number and you say Mawetu bodyguard. And then you give the name of Cordelia Matlala. At chat 5, you explain that's my wife, Baba. And Mr. Msibi responds at chat 6, cool son. So that's what 116 reflects. You see that?
Yes, I see it.
Then if we go over leaf at 117, chat 2, you say just deposit 350K, I'll take care of the rest, Baba. You see that?
Yes.
To which he responds at chat 3, will do tomorrow.
Okay, Commissioner, this is the account that I was trying to say that money was paid to my account. I see there is, before that, there is also a account number, if you can see. Before the just deposited 50K, there's an F&B account.
Sorry, please say that again.
I'm saying just before you go to this chat where I said to
Yes.
him, just deposited 50K, I'll take care of the rest. Before
Yes.
that,
Yes,
there is an account number that I sent to him.
Okay.
Yes.
So then I brought us here to show you the payment and the conversation about payment for the services at the wedding. This is this conversation.
Yes.
Okay. So when he says will do tomorrow, he means I will do to the account number you have provided.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if we go back then to what we're trying to understand what you meant when you, at page 122, that payment cannot then be for your services at the wedding because it's settled.
Yes.
It has now to have to be for something else. And you introduce, as I indicated at chat 6, that is an F&B account that Morgan sent for the money to be deposited into.
Do we have a,
You see that the distinction between the two?
yes, it completely makes sense, but
Okay.
do we have an account number for this FNB?
Well, you haven't written it down here. However, there is an F&B at page 154. But then I don't know if you'll help us, you'll be able to help us because, will you remember if I show you? If you go to page 154, there is the account confirmation letter, but that is for a company, PTY Limited there, with the account number. It's an F&B one, but I am not sure if it relates to the F&B account that you reference here at page 122.
Yes, I see it, but I don't know this company. I don't know this company.
Okay. Let's see if we can get clarified. As a matter of interest, if we go to page 123, chat 45 and 456, and overleaf at 124, chat 1, that seems to be pictures of a blue, fancy-looking vehicle. And at chat 2 is that the name we are trying to pronounce, I dare not. At page 124, chat
yes,
2.
124, yes?
Chat 2, you wrote that Pagani, is that the vehicle whose pictures appear before the name of Pagani?
Yes, I see it.
Okay. No, I say, is this the sports car that you were suggesting Mr. Msibi wanted to buy?
Not wanted to buy him. He was looking for a buyer, Mr. Maumela. He wanted Mr. Msibi to get him a buyer.
Oh, I see. This is the vehicle.
Yes.
I was hoping you will call the name of that vehicle again.
Yes, it's Pagani.
And it's got a second word, Mr. Matlala, please.
Haira.
Sorry, ma'am?
Haira.
Oh, okay. I dare not pronounce it back. Thanks for the assistance, Ms. van der Heever. Then it appears again at 125. It's still blue. I take it is the same car. And what I want to get to is page 1. Apologies, I lost my place for a second there. 179.
Page 179.
179 of the same file. It's a series of them. Four, to be exact, 179 to page 182. Have you found it?
Yes, I have them.
Okay. They all seem, these are notification, payment notifications. They are all issued by Nedbank. And the payments seem to have been made on the same day, 22nd of September 2023, if you just cast your eye on the date against the entry date of payment. You see that?
Yes, I see that.
The first one, it's got no timestamp, so I don't know which, the order in which they were paid. The first one I see it's paid from account, the account holder is supposed to be the entity identified there. I don't know if, is it redacted? Do you see that entity?
On what? On which page?
179. You see payer details at the bottom?
The entity you mean, you're referring to the recipient?
No, no, okay. It says notification of payment. You see where I'm reading? Okay, let's take it in the order we've got the date. Have you located the date?
Date of payment, yes?
Yes, with the reference number following.
Of course, yes.
The beneficiary details, it says the recipient is Mr. A.M. Koza.
Yes,
And the recipient reference is M. Maumela. Do you see
Yes.
that? And the amount is for 1.3 million.
of course, yes.
And then it gives the account, well, part of the account number, and it says payer details paid from account holder. Do you see that?
I see that.
Do you know that entity?
No, I don't know it.
The next one at page 180 is the same, but this time it's for 200,000, and except it comes from a different account holder, Wafra Consulting. Do you know that company?
I don't know the company.
The fourth one at 181 is for, looks like 3 million, if my zeros are correct, and it's the same as the first entity that paid 1.3 million. Once again, the recipient being Agrippa Koza, and the reference being M. Maumela. Do you see that?
Yes, I see it.
And the last one at page 182 is for 500,000. Similarly, the recipient identified as Agrippa Koza and the reference being Maumela. And this is paid from the account of Wafra Consulting, and you said you don't know who that is.
No, I don't know that.
Now, you said you facilitated the delivery of these proofs of payment to one or the other. You don't recall why. Maybe because the one asked you to. Do you remember that conversation?
Yes, I remember.
So now, looking at this, you say the recipient is Mr. Koza, and it is paid from that account holder. On what basis do you suggest that, I think you did advance a basis, that this is payment by Mr. Maumela?
From the recipient's reference.
Oh, the recipient's reference is what tells you?
Yes.
Okay, it doesn't say,
No, not the recipient reference. The recipient is Mr. Agrippa.
yes.
The payment, yeah.
And I'm trying to determine who's paying. You had suggested it was Mr. Maumela, and looking at this, I'm trying to understand on what basis you say it's Mr. Maumela.
Yes, it's Mr. Maumela paying Mr. Agrippa.
Why do you say it's Mr. Maumela paying?
I'm checking the recipient reference and the recipient.
You remember we just looked at payer details, and you said you don't know what that company is. That is the payer, that's the one paying.
Say that again?
The payer details are the details of the entity paying, and you said you don't know that entity.
I don't know this entity.
Yes. So the reference, recipient reference, is a reference that will appear on the side of the person receiving
Of course, yes.
the money.
Yes.
So it's not, it doesn't suggest that Mr. Maumela paid. It's what the recipient will see reflected and will know this is M. Maumela, whatever that may mean for the recipient.
I agree.
Okay. So then my question is, where did you obtain these POPs to provide to Mr. Msibi?
Where did I obtain them?
Yes.
Doesn't this chat show the receipt? I don't know. Oh, this is my phone, right?
Yes.
Yes. So we don't have them in my phone. The proof of payment.
These are downloaded from your phone.
Yes, I'm saying it does not show where they come from.
No, it must be from Mr. Msibi's phone. Because with chats, if it's on your phone, what you write will be on the right-hand side. And the person you are writing to will be on the left-hand side.
I'm duly corrected.
Yes.
It's from Mr. Msibi's phone.
Yes.
Yes. So, reflecting exchange between you and Mr. Msibi regarding these proofs of payment. Somebody gave them to the other. Do you recall who did and for what purpose?
It should mean that I send them to Mr. Msibi.
Now, having gone through this exercise, do you recall why you would have done so?
No, I'm not saying I've done it. I'm saying according to the chats here, it shows that I send them to Mr. Msibi, according to the chat.
Okay, now I'm asking, you remember in the beginning you said it was what, how many, 4 years ago, you don't remember, we went through this exercise, saw the car and everything. I wanted to see, has anything triggered your memory to remember why you would have sent these to him?
Before today, I've been going through this thing for quite a while. I do not remember this thing at all, at all.
Chairperson, maybe I can just be assisted by my learned friend, because maybe I'm very confused, because if you look at the bottom chat on 122, it refers to F&B. And if we go back to these deposit slips, they're all seemingly net bank. So I don't understand then how the one is brought to the other one, if these relate to net bank, and my client, according to what's stated at the bottom, chat number 6, 122 says it's F&B. It doesn't, maybe my little friend can just assist me, because I understand, I tried to look now at the electronic bundles that we got, and it's seemingly, my junior says those electronic bundles differ in what you can pick up as the PDFs that's at the top from what we've been sent later on.
I'll try and do so, and I hope it is helpful. If we start at 121, page 121 of the same file, from chat 3, there are 5 PDF documents. We're going to try and get into the other system that will allow us to double-click on the screen and open. And
please project.
Yes, it tends to delay sometimes. Sorry, Chair.
Let's just look at that.
So, Ms. van der Heef, from 121, you see them?
Shouldn't we start that process at 1:10?
Okay.
2:10, I'm sorry.
We're happy to check.
Let's adjourn and resume at 2:10.
I say what they've said, these have got PDFs here. If I look at what's there, what you put up, there's no PDF, it seems it's been...
And then we received an additional bundle on Thursday last week, right, electronic. And when we see it starts from 200 something, and your chat are 121. When I look at my 1C that you sent me, so 1C is not there.
Let's all stand, please. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Law.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, before we broke for lunch, we were dealing with the POPs from Nedbank. And I think Ms. van der Heef had raised some issue. I indicated that the version of the charts we have that are ready for projection and properly redacted, we can't double-click on the attachment to show it is. However, we have received the unredacted version, the electronic one, and we are happy to share with Ms. van der Heef, because it's the same as appears in the file, to show that the PDFs that I referenced, starting at page 121 from chat 3, are the actual POPs that we have printed out and attached from page 179.
Chairperson, the attorneys have dealt with my juniors and indicated these were additional ones that were received, but we're on the same page right now. So the electronically, we up to date. and I know the references. We're not yet. We're waiting for that, I understand. We still don't have the electronic part, but I know the documents that I do have with cross-references is apparently according to what we're going to get.
Yes, what you would have are what we call them Msibi chats. They're in the file. But even if you're to get them electronically, I'm saying the version is such that you can't double-click as you normally would on the attachment because they were prepared for purposes of flighting. What we have done is print them out, and this is what we have from page 179. What I undertake to do and what we'll be doing shortly is to share with you what I call the live version that would permit you to double-click and open that PDF and see it's what we have printed from page 179.
Indeed, that is what we requested. We must be able to, when we peruse through the files, if there's an attachment, be able to click on the attachment and verify for ourselves what the position is. Thank you, Chair.
That's what we should be doing. So, Mr. Matlala, then, I trust you followed my engagement with Ms. van der Heever about these POPs from Nedbank.
Of course I did.
Okay. And these POPs are sent by yourself to Mr. Msibi. You confirm?
Yes, forwarded to me, to Mr. Msibi, yes.
From you to Mr. Msibi?
Yes.
And the discussion we were having was why you would, and seeing as the account holder are two different companies which you suggest you don't know anything about.
Yes.
And we resolved that the name M. Maumela against the recipient reference does not indicate the name of the payer. The name of the payer is the entity, as appears or at the bottom of the POP, correct?
Okay.
Do you have a challenge with that?
I'm not disputing.
The account holder is the name of the company.
Exactly. And then
Perhaps just switch off your...
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Is the case not, thank you, Mr. Lo, is the case not that the account holder is the name of the company? So if you take 179, for example, the account holder is NM 1786. Let me not, yeah. But who actually made a payment, that we don't know.
sorry, the only thing we've got is the reference that we've got.
Take, please.
Let me try and address
Yes.
that. If we look at 179,
Yes.
it says paid from account holder,
Yes.
and that is the account holder identified there.
Yes.
So I asked whether he knows this account holder, this particular entity, and Mr. Matlala said no, he doesn't. I contrast that with the recipient, who's identified as Agrippa A.M. Khoza. And the recipient reference, so what would appear on the end of the recipient, it would reflect M. Maumela. That, I say, doesn't suggest that it was sent by M. Maumela, because it's sent from an account as identified at the bottom, unless the owner of that account, of that company, is Mr. Maumela. Yes. Okay. Are you with us, Mr. Matlala?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So now the question was, what would be your interest in sending these POPs to Mr. Msibi?
I didn't have any interest.
Say that again?
I didn't have any interest.
Okay. Why would you send these POPs to Mr. Msibi?
I think I've mentioned before that I might have been asked to send them.
You definitively say he didn't have an interest, but in answering positively, you say you might have been asked. So either you were asked to do so, or you did so on your own volition. Which is it?
I say I might because I do not remember these POPs. So what I can only assume is someone must have asked me to send this to Mr. Msibi.
And would I be guessing correctly that you are most unlikely, as you sit there, to guess who that someone might potentially be?
It should be either, it can be either Mr. Msibi himself.
Requesting that you send them to him.
Yes.
And of course, that would assume that Mr. Msibi knows that you have them in your possession to send them in the first place. My logic dictates, otherwise he would have no basis to ask you to send them.
Yes, we'll assume that.
He would assume or no?
I wouldn't know, I will assume.
Now, okay, well, we'll leave it there because unfortunately we can't put the same questions to Mr. Msibi, he's late. So you will hide behind your lack of recollection.
I will hide.
Yes.
Why do I need to hide, Commissioner?
Because you know you sent them. You do not know whether you were asked to send them, and that is highly improbable, I'm putting to you. You would know why you do certain things, and therefore you would know why you sent him those POPs.
Commissioner, I don't think what you're saying is fair, because if you want to find out, there is a recipient here, Mr. Koza. I think it's easy to track who Mr. Koza is, then you can get to the bottom of this. But saying I'm hiding something, that is not fair.
But Mr. Koza didn't send these POPs, you did.
No, I'm saying the recipient is Mr. Koza. So this money, what was this money for? I think Mr. Koza can know that. I wouldn't know that. So,
in all fairness to me, I didn't ask you that. I never asked you what the money was for. The only question I asked you, and what you and I are debating, is why you sent these particular documents to Mr. Msibi. I never asked you what the money was for.
but you said I'm hiding something.
I said you are hiding behind your lack of recollection. Yes.
If I don't remember, I don't remember. There's nothing I can do. I am not hiding that.
If we move on, then...
Before we move on, Mr. Matlala, the difficulty is it's a lot of money involved here. And I said to you earlier, unless you are in the business of forwarding notifications for many businesses, if you are in that business, so it's what you used to do as a matter of course, then perhaps there's room to forgive that you don't remember. And because it's this amount of money, it's people that you know, it's very difficult to accept that you have absolutely no recollection of it. Where it came from, what it was about, what you were asked. You don't even remember how, you say, I don't know, maybe someone asked me to forward it, but it's difficult to accept that that is a truthful and complete answer from you. It's a lot of money that you have forwarded. Mr. Maumela is your contact. Mr. Msibi is your contact. You have dealings with both of them, Mr. Msibi and Mr. Maumela. You had and you have dealings with them. There is no scenario, plausible scenario, where you have absolutely no recollection of how a total of nearly 3 million rand, you have absolutely no recollection of how it came about that you are sharing. You're the one that's forwarding payment notifications to Mr. Msibi. It's just unbelievable, I must say, that you have no recollection whatsoever. It's one thing to offer possibilities. You say, well, we had these dealings and that dealings, maybe it's one of them, but to sit there and say, I have absolutely no recollection, it's just unbelievable. You may comment if you want to say anything.
Yes, Commissioner. I think if it was my money, I will remember. And the second thing is, if the Commission will assist me, like I'm saying, Mr. Koza, if I knew that maybe Mr. Koza, if maybe I will know who Mr. Koza is, I might remember what this money is for. But this is not my money, and it's not the first time seeing 3 million or 4 million, that it will make me to remember. I've made a lot of transactions more than this, so which are mine. So this is not my transaction even. So to remember it, I don't. If it was something which is the first time seeing 3 million, I will say, oh, that is the first time seeing someone sending 2 million to someone else. But it's not the first time. So it's not something that is a highlight in my life, seeing someone sending someone 2 million rands. So I need to have a reason why I should remember this. But I honestly can't. This is not something that I'm not hiding anything behind this.
I'll offer you a reason why you should remember.
Yes.
At page 122, you say to Mr. Msibi, on the same day, it's the
Yes.
same day of those payments, you say, this one is the account Morgan sent to deposit money into. So on that day, you, Mr. Msibi and Mr. Maumela, are discussing monies and payments of monies. That should jog your memory, what it was about. But even that 122, you say, I don't remember it. I'm prepared to accept that you deal with big numbers, and so 3 million would not shock you. It would shock me. I would absolutely remember because I don't deal with those kind of numbers. But I accept that you say you deal with big numbers, so it's unfair maybe to expect you to remember. But at 122, you send a message that says Maumela has nominated an account into which payment must be made. On the same day, you're forwarding proof of payments that are made. Recipient is Agrippa. Mr. Maumela is referenced. On the same day, you must be able to remember something. You can comment.
Commissioner Baloyi, firstly, I want to, when I say it's not the first time seeing someone transacting, I'm not saying this in an arrogant manner. I'm boosting, I'm not putting it that way. I'm trying to explain that it will mean something if it was the first time seeing someone dealing with such amount of money. But because I'm in the business world, not in a way that I'm trying to, I'm boasting or something. I'm not putting it in that way. I'm saying, for me to remember, it must be something which maybe it was the first time seeing it happening or something. That is the first thing.
And I do accept that, and I wasn't suggesting, and I never understood you as boasting. I do accept you saying that's not how you mean it. But exactly my point. How many times has Mr. Maumela nominated accounts that you have to share that information with Mr. Msibi? At 122, you say, this is the account Morgan sent to deposit money into. That's what you say in 120 and 122. And the simple point I make to you is, unless Mr. Maumela did this very often with you, on the assumption this is the only one where he has given an account number that you have to communicate to Mr. Msibi to make payment. On that assumption, I expect you to remember. It's difficult for me to accept that you do not remember. You may comment.
I have nothing to say, Commissioner, but the honest truth is I do not remember.
That's your answer. Thank you.
Chairperson, maybe I misunderstood what Ms. Baloyi was saying. She said that it was an account that was nominated for him to go and make payment in. That is not what I understood the evidence.
I didn't say that, and the witness understood me and answered. I didn't say that.
Thank you. Before we leave this topic, you recall that I referred you to page 154, and 154, same file, is that FNB confirmation, account confirmation letter. I don't know how to pronounce that. I apologize if I mispronounce it, whether it's Lutaga or Lutaga Trading Enterprise Pty Limited. You see that?
I see it.
Did I understand you to say that you don't know this company?
Yes, I don't.
What would you say, what would your comment be if I suggested that there is evidence that this company paid monies into accounts of companies associated with you?
The companies that I own.
Yes, or you are associated with?
It's fine. It will assist me to remember, but I don't know this account.
Also, they could potentially have made that payment and you still don't know who this company is.
Commissioner, I don't know if by now you have my bank statements, you'll check. There's plenty of payments going to my account from different businesses. So if maybe you will jog my memory or show me something, and then I will tell you who's the owner of this company. That I wouldn't hide it. But for now, I don't know this company.
Okay, I noted that in response, I think, to Commissioner Baloi's question, you did highlight the fact that you deal in huge amounts, and perhaps you are not as pedantic as some of us who deal in lesser zeros might be. But are you suggesting to the commissioners that you are willing to accept for the moment that this company could potentially have paid significant amounts to a company associated with you? You can't deny it outright as you sit there.
I can't because I don't know, yes.
Okay. Did you have any dealings with this company, and if so, of what nature?
I don't know this company. And I'm saying if you maybe can remind me, then I will tell you what is this for, but I don't know this company.
I don't know if it is to remind you or whether what you're asking of me is to prove the payments before you can admit whether or not they were made. That's exactly what you're asking me, aren't you?
Yes, something to prove that I might know this.
So basically what you are saying is, as you look at this company, the businessman that you are, you cannot say to these commissioners whether or not you've had any business dealings with this company.
Of course, yes.
Okay. And if I were to then prove to you payments made, it's correct to assume then you'll have a difficulty in explaining to the commissioners on what basis payments were made to your companies. Because you don't know the company, you don't know the business dealings, so you'll not be in a position to explain why your companies receive money from this particular company.
We will have to check the recipient reference. That might help me to remember.
And if it doesn't help you remember, then that's it, we are stuck.
But it's worth a try than not doing anything.
No, I'm trying to, before I go down a rabbit hole, I want to know where you are sending me and for what purpose. Because, let me explain, I would expect a businessman of your caliber to know precisely who you are dealing with and who your companies receive money from and for what purpose. But I will accept that you have absolutely no clue until proof is provided to you. And even that proof of payment just might trigger your memory. That's my takeout of this conversation.
Of course, yes.
Okay. It's an interesting proposition. If we go to page 123, there is an attachment there at chart 1. And that attachment is printed out and appears from page 155. Have you located page 123? Or file 1, the same chat file that we are working on?
Page 123, yes.
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 Now, you see the first chat there has got an attachment. It's headed Cat VIP Lounge Proposal Oratile.
Yes.
And I just pointed out that that actual proposal, which is an attachment there, projecting nucleus, is printed and is in your file 155.
Ms. Bowe, can we project, please?
Apologies for the delay, Chair. Have you found page 155?
Yes, I do.
So I'm saying that is the proposal that is attached and referred to at page 123. Can you, we have flipped through it. It is a proposal, I don't know, it's called Cat VIP Protection Lounge Proposal. Are you able to, I don't want to draw conclusions based on what's written in this. What is this about, and why are you sharing it with Mr. Msibi? Did he have an interest in this proposal or this venture?
No, he didn't have interest.
Say that again?
He didn't have interest.
So And you shared it for the sake of sharing it?
To show him what am I busy with.
Now, sometimes your voice,
I'm saying I wanted to show him what is my new project that I'm busy with.
okay, so you were just sharing your projects with him.
Yes.
Was it by any chance seeking advice or seeking investment in the project?
No, not seeking advice or finance. I was just sharing it with him to show him what am I currently busy with.
Did he ever invest in this venture?
No,
I didn't.
no, he didn't.
Okay, and lastly, I think on these chats, if you go to page 183, now 183 arises from the chats at page At page 121, there is a document there, second chat, and it's headed SAD 500. You see that?
Yes.
And that SAD 500 is reproduced at page 183, printed at 183. And as you know, the SAD 500 is a customs declaration form. Confirmed?
Yes, I confirm.
And this would appear to be the SAD 500, as I say, which is a customs declaration form in respect of the aeroplane, the jet that was acquired by Alpha from this other entity in Angola.
Of course.
Yeah. Now, I see that the exporter there is an Angolan company with a Portuguese name. I will not attempt it. But you see under item 8, importer is identified as Alpha 1 Group. Now, you said you had opportunity to go view this, the aeroplane, on the basis of which Alpha and the seller had concluded that agreement we looked at. Is this the aeroplane?
No, Commissioner, I said I didn't even go to view the aircraft.
Oh, you didn't?
I
No, that
didn't,
you did.
yes.
Oh, my mistake. Okay. I want to leave them Msibi chats, the commissioners, unless there are other questions to the witness.
Can I just put this to you, the appearances? You testified previously that your only relationship with Mr. Msibi was your VIP cat protection and the protection services that you provided to him. Are you prepared to accept that these chats that you've been going through with Ms. Silla in fact indicate that you have more than that as a relationship with him? You are sharing with him payment notifications that have Mr. Maumela in them as a referee. You are sharing with him, or he's sharing with you, documents to do with the purchase of a jet. You are now sharing with him what you say was your proposal for a lounge. And we know earlier on you spoke about having introduced him or Mr. Maumela to him, and now they're talking about selling each other vehicles, that in fact, it is not an accurate reflection what you gave us at first, that all I was a service provider and no more, that in fact your relationship was more than that. Are you prepared to accept that? Are you or are you not? Maybe let me pose this as a question, that this exchange you've had with Ms. Sillo and what I've listed suggests more than just an ordinary security provider relationship between you and Mr. Mswazi. In fact, there's also reference previously, and I think you've told us that, where your speedboat, I think it's a speedboat or jet, lands up, or his lands up at your farm. All of that is more than my relationship with ADT, where they are just a service provider and no more. You have more of a relationship than him than what you told us.
I testified about a speedboat.
I think his speedboat or his bike at your farm and Mr. Nkosi having to buy batteries. We have all of that information. You also testified to that at the ad hoc committee. So that's what is in the public domain. All of that taken together, what I'm putting to you is whether you are prepared to concede that the impression you gave us first, the impression that you've given us when you first were asked about the nature of your relationship with Mr. Mswazi was not an accurate reflection of your relationship insofar as you said, all it is I was a service provider to him of security services. You may.
Yes, Commissioner, I just didn't say that. I also said most of the time I will go be with him, and then he even called me a son, but he was not my friend. That's what I said. But I said also that I didn't have any businesses with him except for him rendering services for him. So the relationship, maybe we don't define it the same. So I wouldn't say Mr. Msibi was my friend because I sent him a WhatsApp or because he borrowed me a speedboat. So that doesn't make him my friend.
I accept that was your answer, that he's not your friend, and I really am not in a position to quarrel about it because I don't know anything about your personal relationship with him. I'm speaking to the transactions. That including what you said yesterday, you tried something. There's a transaction, I think yesterday or last week, you said, well, there was an attempt to do a transaction to buy a jet that did not succeed. So I'm speaking to all of those activities, including you sharing with him what we have seen now, to say they speak to or indicate a relationship which is more than just you being a personal security provider to him. That's all I'm putting to you. And asking, are you prepared to accept? That's what it indicates. I'm not trying to catch you. So please don't try and think where am I going with this. I'm being as transparent with you as possible that we have looked at several things, exchanges. You have given us explanations to some of it, some you don't remember, and all I'm putting is when you look at all of that, they must lead to an impression, if not a conclusion, that in fact your relationship was not just as a personal security provider or even his taxes, if that's what you were providing, security to his taxes. There was more to your relationship than just a security provider.
Commissioner, then I think my definition of a relationship is something else. So maybe we had to first, before I make any comment regarding that, understand what is the definition of a relationship. Because I cannot say because I called him or he borrowed me a speedboat or I sent him a WhatsApp, then we have more than a relationship. I know people who had more relationship with Mr. Msibi, then I cannot compare that with what I had with him. So my view is, when you say more of a relationship, I will always go and check the people that I know. He had more relationship with them than myself. Then I know that, no, I'm not even close to that. So I think my definition of a relationship, that's what made me to say, to comment what I said earlier.
Let me say it differently. You had dealings with Mr. Msibi outside of your VIP cat protection services that you were offering him, you had other dealings with him. You tried to get into a business venture to buy a plane together. That's your testimony, right? You tried to do a business deal with him.
Yes.
Yes, that's all I'm saying. You were forwarding proofs of payment, and that has nothing to do with you being VIP protection services. When you forward these messages, that there's proofs of payment that you say you do not remember. So the only point I'm making is you were not just a security provider to him. You had other interactions with him that had nothing to do with your services as a service provider for protection services. You had other dealings with him, some attempt at doing business together, some you were conduit for proofs of payment from somebody to him. All of that indicate you had other dealings with him. Forget relationship. You had other dealings with him. Mr. Matlala, that should not be difficult.
Yes, yeah, dealings are had, yes, but it has to go back to a relationship because we tried to purchase an aircraft. Yes, I take that. So that is a deal.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. So I would like to leave the chats with Mr. Msibi there for the moment and invite us to move on to another topic. And for this purpose, I would invite you to pull out your original statement.
So we put away part A of file 1. What we're dealing with now, we put it
The
out.
chats?
Yes.
No, Chair.
Oh,
Yeah.
we keep it.
Well, we just sort of wrapped up the topic on Mr. Msibi, but we'll be going back to that file shortly.
All right.
Thank you, Chair. Have you located your statement, your original statement? It's the file, the thin file that reads Regulation 10.6 notice and statement and annexure.
Yes, I have.
We, at page 15. And page 15, you are dealing with, you are responding to what you were asked at paragraph 2.5.2 of the notice. And you were asked to describe your relationship with Mr. Motsumi and other detail. To be precise, 2.5 required you to speak to the nature and extent of your relationship with certain individuals listed there. There are 9 of them, including your communications. And Mr. Motsumi is reflected at paragraph 2.5.2.
Yes, I confirm that.
And your response is that one paragraph where you state, I confirm that I know Mr. Motsumi and I have done a commercial transaction with him wherein his company had lent and advanced one of my companies an amount of 5 million rand. That's what you stated.
Yes.
And by being so brief, are you suggesting that that is the extent of your relationship with Mr. Motsumi?
Yes, it was a business relationship.
Do you, besides the 5 million loan advanced to one of your companies, do you have any other relationship, even if it's a business relationship?
Yes, a business relationship, yes.
Why didn't you deal with it at paragraph 19?
I think
The nature and extent of that business relationship?
because it never materialized.
You can't have a business relationship that did not materialize.
Okay, Commissioner.
Mr. Matlala, you know, if I may, I apologize for interrupting you. Earlier, you called me Advocate Sello and you corrected yourself and said, Commissioner, actually, you were correct the first time around. I'm not a commissioner. They are the commissioners. You're going to get me into trouble.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
thanks. Yes, you may.
Yes, I did not mention the other businesses because it's something which we were we wanted to do, but it never materialized. So the 5 million is something that happened. That's why I've mentioned it.
Yes, but you remember the question wanted you to explain the nature of your relationship with him, and I say your response to 2.5.2 is absolutely devoid of that. You're not saying anything about the relationship you have with Mr. Motsumi. All you are informing the Commission is that you know him because he loaned 5 million to one of your companies.
I said it's a business relationship, Advocate Silo.
Okay. Also, you have a business relationship.
It's a business relationship, yes.
Okay. Now, does this business relationship center specifically around this 5 million rand loan, or is it beyond the 5 million?
The 5 million is what happened, and the other business transactions never business dealings never materialized.
So you consider possible ventures where you could both participate, and you're saying that they just never materialized?
Yes.
So it is an ongoing business relationship, and should an opportunity present itself, chances are that you'll both take it.
Of course, yes.
So it's a long-standing business relationship that you have.
Long-standing, can you please clarify that?
This relationship didn't start same time last year.
Of course, yes.
Okay, it's longer than that.
Yes.
How long?
After the wedding of Mr. Msibi.
And when was that? Can you give us a timeline?
The wedding was in 2022. I don't remember the month, but it was 2022.
Okay. And was that your first encounter?
No, it was not the first encounter. I saw him before, but it's not the first encounter that I met him, but it's the first encounter that I've been close to and sit on the same table with him.
So you met at the wedding?
I met him before. I'm saying at the wedding, after the wedding, that's when maybe I'll say, because we spent a lot of time sitting on the same table together.
Okay.
That's when I got to know him better.
And you say this is in 2022?
Yes, the wedding.
And we know that, and I think we discussed this last time you appeared on the 21st. The 5 million loan you reference here is for Medicare.
Yes.
Yeah. And that was presumably after the award of that contract to you?
No, it's before the award.
Before the award?
Yes.
So he invested before the award?
He invested, the Medicare is a company, not the Medicare contract with SAPS.
Okay. So when then was this 5 million rand investment in Medicare?
2024.
2024?
Yes.
Around the same time that...
I think early 2024, yes.
Okay.
Because...
And...
Okay, it's fine.
Okay. No, you wanted to add, please, sorry.
No, I wanted to I was reminding myself that it was just after the funeral of Mr. Msibi.
Okay. And that would still be 2024, early 2024, having reminded yourself?
Early, yes.
Okay. You had said it was I think on the 21st, said it was a written agreement.
Say that again?
You said it was a written agreement.
Oh, of course, yes.
And you had undertaken to provide the Commission with a copy.
Yes, I did.
And we are not in possession of one yet, or receipt of one. Are you able to assist?
Yes, I asked my counsel to get it for me.
Maybe I can just assist. It is correct. And I think I've indicated to my learned friend too that we have reached out to endeavor to get this agreement. It's apparently there was an attorney involved, but the person that was going to deal with it, the attorneys involved was not available to put it the other way around, sorry. Mr. Motsumi was not available apparently to give formal instructions to the attorneys to hand it over. I understand he's currently back in the country and that could happen We have endeavored to do that, but I undertake to again do a follow-up today to ensure that the written agreement is valid, because apparently it's with an attorney, as I said.
Noted.
Oh, I just wanted to say thank you, Ms. Van der Heever. Yes.
Yes, apologies for that, Chair. I was going to thank Ms. Van der Heever.
Sorry,
And-
Advocate Silo.
Yes,
Just to clarify this, I do not think it's an acknowledgement of debt. It's not a loan agreement. It's an acknowledgement of that loan.
so all along we have referred to it as a loan agreement. You recall on the 21st, we actually drew a distinction between the loan you received by you, I mean one of your companies, I think Medicare, from Mr. Karim, yes, and the loan received from Mr. Motsumi or one of his companies. We drew that distinction, and we were made to understand by yourself that the loan with Mr. Karim was on a handshake and didn't have a loan agreement, a written loan agreement, and you specifically mentioned that this one had a loan agreement. So have we been wrong all along to call that document an agreement?
I've been wrong, Advocate Silo. I just remembered that it's an acknowledgement. It's not a loan agreement. I'm the one who was wrong.
So similarly with this loan of 5 million, there was no loan agreement, and therefore, what do you recall what the terms of the loan were? Because I wouldn't expect to find such detail in the acknowledgement of debt.
I think they are there. I'm not sure. I don't remember from on top of my head, but I don't, because earlier I explained that I don't remember the terms, but we should find them in the acknowledgement of debt, I think.
The terms of the...
Yes, I think they are there.
Okay. And to your recollection, what were they, over what period was this loan repayable?
Oh, I think within 12 months, if I'm not wrong.
12 months.
If I'm not wrong.
Okay. But it was a relatively short period. And you indicate, so before that, the document then we must that Ms. Van der Heever references, is she referencing the loan agreement that she says will be obtained from Mr. Motsumi, or is she referencing the acknowledgement of debt?
Yes, it's an acknowledgement of debt.
So there is no written
No,
loan
there's not,
agreement?
yes, yeah.
Okay. And on the 21st, when you were giving your narrative, you indicated that this loan has been repaid
Yes, it is.
in full.
Yes.
Okay. And if it was in 2024, then it would have been repaid by, you said early 24, by early 2025. It was fully repaid.
Yes, in 2025, but yes.
Now, having then met Mr. Motsumi at the, no, not met, if I understand you correctly, you engaged with him at the wedding of Mr. Msibi, and that's when a relationship between the two of you started. Is that a fair assessment?
At the wedding.
At the
yes,
wedding,
yes.
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 Now, are you able to characterize in a, however many words you can, the nature of that relationship?
At the wedding.
No, the relationship that you developed with Mr. Motsumi.
I said it was a business relationship.
Strictly business, no friendship, no.
No, not friendship, but what would I say? Because last time I said strictly business. Not strictly business, yes. Not strictly business.
Okay, business including?
I'm saying not strictly business.
Yes, because your emphasis
Yes.
is on strictly, so there is a touch of business, but then including other kind of relationship that is not business, and I want to get a sense of what?
Maybe security,
Ms. Van Heerden, please switch off your mic because it keeps, that's fine. Mr. Matlala, did you socialize with Mr. Motsumi? Did you go out to lunch together? Did you have dinners? Did he visit your house? Did you visit his house?
No, he never visited my house.
Did you go to lunches together?
No, we never went to lunch, but at some point I remember he was having lunch somewhere, and then I wanted to meet him, and he was having lunch, and I got the incentive, some incentive,
And
yes.
did you bike together or ride together or drive sports cars together?
He don't ride bikes, Mr. Motsumi. I don't think.
What did you do together? We're trying to get to what was the nature of the relationship. What did you do together?
You know, I'm opening this relationship because last time I confined myself, I said business only, and then find there's something else. Like, doing together is not much. Like, maybe if there is something that has to do with business, I will meet with him. So that's why I was referencing it as a business relationship.
So you met with him from time to time to
Yes.
discuss business opportunities?
Yes.
In fact, I was going to add to Commissioner Khumalo's list to see if he went horse riding, and I guess none of those. This is a relationship starting in 2022. Can you give us a sense of the nature of business ventures you considered? What types of business did you consider? Both of you.
Not considered. I said the first business that I've proposed to him is this one of Medicare.
Yes.
Yes.
So you say the first, that would suggest there is a second.
No, there's no second.
Okay, so what other business interests did you discuss? Or do you discuss? Not let me say did, because I shouldn't assume the relationship has ended. So what other business interests do you discuss as business?
I will give you an example, not business between myself and him, but if there is someone who's looking maybe for VIP protection, he will refer them to me. So I will say it's business, but it was not between myself and him.
Okay.
Yes.
So he would then seek to assist you to develop your own business, like the VIP protection business.
Not assist, because I didn't want to have clients, but I was very selective who do I render services to, but because of him, and he will know that maybe I will say, if his friend maybe needs a VIP protection, then he will refer them to me.
And you didn't discuss any business to benefit him in turn?
Business to benefit him?
To benefit him, because what you are referencing now would be engagements that would benefit your business by giving you referrals. Any business to benefit him?
Yes, there was a proposal of investment of, I think it was 20 million, which he was going to benefit in terms of profits. But this is the business that I said, it never materialized.
What was the business about? What did it involve?
The subcontractor.
The subcontract, are we talking about Medicare?
Yes.
And what do you mean about, I thought it was 5 million, you referenced 20 now.
Advocacy law, I said 5 million was not for the subcontract.
You said, yeah, for Medicare?
Yes.
Okay, so you say the
And
20
then the
million?
20 million was, yeah, yes. I needed extra money for Medicare subcontract.
Okay, specifically now for that subcontract?
Yes.
Sorry, maybe I was confused. You say the 5 million was to acquire the Medicare 24 or to start it?
No, Commissioner. I said the first 5 million,
Yeah.
I think this morning I said it. The first 5 million was when the first time I had a lease agreement with Public Works
Yes.
for the hospital that was in Pretoria West College.
Yes.
So I wanted to renovate that hospital. That 5 million was for that.
I got you. So it had nothing to do with the tender?
Yes.
Okay, I'm with you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, I think I have a sense, perhaps then, of your relationship. Just to a question Commissioner Kumalo asked you, remember the examples he gave you, whether you went speedboating together, riding sports cars. He asked whether you visited each other, and you said he had never visited you. You recall that?
Yes.
Have you had occasion to visit him?
Yes.
And was it still in pursuit of these business interests, or were you visiting as a friend?
It was business, yes.
It was
Yes, yeah.
business?
Yes.
I take it to discuss your VIP protection referrals, and so far what we have is the 20 million investment in the subs contract.
Is the 20 million investment, not even the VIP protection. It was.
Okay.
Yes.
I would like then to, the file that you still have open, it's file 1. Remember, the same file we're looking at when we were dealing with Mr. Msibi's, with chats with Mr. Msibi. I'm still in the same file. This time, I would like to refer us to page 56 of that file. That's under tab CJC 307. So we know that you were awarded the subs contract in April 2024, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you have clarified that the 5 million was not to service that contract.
Yes.
What funds did Medicare have at the time to service the contract before you started invoicing subs?
I think I choose not to answer that question because it's an ongoing investigation. That one is a case that is before court.
Okay. So you did have funds?
No, I don't want to comment on that advocation. No.
Okay. I'd invited us to page 56. Ignore the number below. It's a reproduction from another file. Now, if I refer us to, let's stay at 56. The chats here are from, that we've put up from the 11th of December, 2024. If regard is head to the first chat there at page 56, that's what I'm engaging you on. You confirm that?
Yes, I confirm.
Now, commissioners, just to check about the filing, you should have file 1.1. Mine is marked 1.1.
And what's it written besides the 1.1?
I think the shocker is you are only about to be in possession thereof, Chair.
Ms. Van Enheuvel, do you have yours?
Sorry, Chairperson, when it should be on, it's not on, and when it should be off, it's on. So we've got file 1.1, I'm sure we're at the same place. Thank you very much.
And in fact, Ms. Boy is commenting here that we appear in this particular hearing to have an obsession with one. So everything is file 1 or file 1.1 or 1A or 1B, and And Chair, we apologize for that. But perhaps at on the index of file 1.1, please make a note that there are documents numbered annexure SM1 to SM27. If you could just make a note for yourselves, these are the annexures downloaded from the chat we are about to go through. If you have regard to page 56, the Chair and Commissioners will note at the bottom is a document that is already marked SM1. So SM1 and succeeding annexures are to be found in file 1.1.
Electronic copy of this, we don't have an electronic copy of this, and we'd like to have an electronic copy of this just for our own reference and to make it easier for us.
Absolutely, and together with
Sorry, it was again off when it was supposed to be.
the previous chat, and they are printed now because the version that is flighted from which they've been reproduced doesn't, I can say, it's not clickable, so we then had to print them, but yes. This set of chats as well will be provided to Ms. van der Heever in the form that she states, which would enable her to click on the document in the chat and immediately open it. But for the moment, we will work off the hard copies.
Thank you.
Chair. Mr. Matlala, you understood what I was saying about the relationship between the chats we are looking at from page 56 and this other big file that I think you just got.
Yes, of course.
Okay. Now, by way of example, if you go to file 5, I'll start again, to file 1.1. Annexure SM1 appearing, it's numbered 825 of file 1.1.
Not 827?
827, Chair, I do apologize.
Thank you.
Oh, there's a number 5 here on the page before me. That is a notification of payment. And that relates to, that's the SM1 referenced at the bottom of page 56. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
Okay. So, this is a notification payment, and it has as a reference at the bottom, loan repayment. It is from Mr. Vusimusi Matlala, -med. The payment was actioned on the 10th of December 2024, and it appears to be for R1 million. And it's made in favor of Bazwimi factors. Now, is that a payment you made to Mr. Motsumi?
Yes,
It says loan repayment. Is this in satisfaction of the R5 million loan?
yes.
Okay. I want us to we are now in December 2024. Are there any business ventures you are considering at this point with Mr. Motsumi?
At this point,
Yes, in December 2024.
no,
No.
No.
So you're not discussing any further business ventures?
except the 20 million loan, right? We're not talking about the 20 million loan.
No, that would come later in the chats. It is reflected there, but it's later in the chats. I'm interested in the time period. This is December 2024, according to these chats. I was just inquiring whether are there any business ventures you were then discussing with Mr. Motsumi in December 24?
Not that I can think of.
Okay. So then if we go to page 58, let me just check something, Chair, reductions. At page 58, the first block, the first communication, this would appear to be from Mr. Motsumi. It's dated the 12th of December 2024. And this appears to be an access code to a property. The estate has been redacted. I trust that you have it in your copy.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is that Mr. Motsumi's residence?
Yes, it is.
So this is a visit you were paying to Mr. Motsumi?
Yes, of course.
Okay. And then this is followed by a number of telephone conversations between yourself and Mr. Motsumi. And at page 60, the third block there in green, which would denote it's from you, you say, good day, sir, just wanted to let you know that I'm back, and whenever you are available, I would like to see you. This is the 31st of December, 2024. And if you go further down, once the third green block on that page, you say, can I please have, no, can I stop there? The 31st of December, 2024. So you wanted to see him then, I take it just for a casual visit? Or by this point, had you been discussing some business ventures?
It should be the 20 million loan.
Sorry?
I'm saying it should be the 20 million loan.
It should be?
Yes.
Oh, I thought you said it showed. So you want to see him here because now by the 31st of December, you are pursuing a 20 million rand loan. Correct?
Yes.
Did he offer it or did you ask for it?
I asked for it.
And you asked because you knew that he could afford to advance such a loan to you?
Yes, I know.
Okay. Now, staying on page 60, at the third block, once again, it's the 5th of January, 2025, you say, can I please have access code, to which he responds, it doesn't work at the gate 4. So that's another visit you are planning here. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes, I see.
And I take it you are going to say that you are going to discuss the 20 million loan.
I'm not saying that
okay.
advocacy law. I
Then
wouldn't remember every time when I went to him because I didn't go to Mr. Motsumi once or twice. But what I know is that we were discussing about the loan. So, but that day, what it was about the loan, I'm not quite sure.
Also, it could potentially have been about the loan or something else.
Yes, I think so.
Okay. And would it be safe to guess that, of course, you won't recall what that something else could potentially have been?
I cannot recall because it does not even show here.
Yes. Now, if we go to page 61, at the bottom, there's an annexure SM2 that appears at your page 828. That's a 1.5 million rand payment, once again to Bazwimi Factors from Black AK Trading and SAP. That is now the other company, the other entity of your entities, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
As a matter of interest, before we look at the repayments, How did Mr. Motsumi make the payment of 5 million to you? Was it in one transaction like an EFT as you are doing your payments, or was it in installments?
I think he paid maybe 4 million first and 1 million after, but it was 2 payments if I remember well.
And those would have gone into your account or into the account of Black AK
No.
Trading or Medicare?
To Medicare, that I
Medicare.
remember, yes.
Okay. And then if we go further, still staying with the big file, at 829 is another payment by Medicare, once again to Bazwimi Factors, and this time for 1.5 million. So by now there are two 1.5 million payments and $1 million were at 4 million.
Yes.
And this is between the 10th of December and the 4th of February, 2025. You have repaid 4 million of the original 5 million rand loan.
Yes.
If we turn to page 62, once again, it appears to be an access code on the 16th of January, 2025, provided by Mr. Motsumi to you. So that's another visit to Mr. Motsumi.
Yes, I see it.
Okay, and if we go over leaflet 63, on the 24th of January, this time, it's the same access code.
Yes,
And once again, is to visit him.
yes.
And you suggest that you are discussing the 20 million rand loan.
Yes, it should be, yes.
What about the loan, interestingly, are you discussing over, there's about now 5 visits.
But Advocate Sello, if it was only one visit, you will ask that, hey, this guy, you don't even persuade him, you just give him 5 million like that. Now, he wanted a lot of documents from me, so sometimes you want to know why you're struggling with your company, brings more documents and stuff like that. So it was not an easy thing for him to just give me 20 million like that. Because the other time he gave me 5 million, he said, oh, just like that.
I can assure you I would never have posed that question because I know for a fact he's given you 5 million without a single piece of paper, just a handshake, because he infinitely trusted you. I've accepted that. That's your relationship. So I would never have asked you how he could consider giving you 20 million. If it was somebody else, yes, I potentially might have asked, but you're in the clear.
Oh, okay.
Okay?
Okay.
We then have at page, you then start sharing with him from page 64, an extra SM4, and SM4 would be at page 830. And by this time, there is a letter of demand that had been issued to you by SAPS, and you are responding to that letter of demand at SM4. Do you see that? Am I right?
Advocate Sela, can we please, I'm asking not to engage with these things of, because this is about the contract now. And I see it's even on the screen.
I haven't posed the question about the contract.
The issue is being displayed on the
Oh.
monitors, and that issue is currently one of the things on which he's claiming the right to self-incrimination or anything else, but you displayed it and he asked you to take it down.
I see what.
Thank you.
I see what you mean. It has been taken off screen, but just to place on record that this document was displayed and dealt with extensively during the course of Brigadier Macheng's testimony.
may I ask to understand what exactly is the issue about the contract being displayed? There's no question thus far that would tend to implicate Mr. Matlala. I'm not saying you don't have a basis for saying it should be taken off screen, but I want to understand.
Chairperson, the issue was that it was displayed there. That was what I was trying to convey.
Oh, it's a letter of demand,
was-
not the contract.
Yeah, no, but what he was trying to relate to my learned friend was he said, please take it down. It's part of the contract. And my understanding from him is it's one of the issues that I've been dealing with that I said I don't want to answer. So my engagement with my learned friend was, and I think she understood it like that, is just take it down because
All
it's not something else at this point in time.
Yes.
That was
No. If Ms. Silo has agreed that it should be taken down, I have no problem. But still, I just wanted to understand what the issue is exactly.
Yes, Chair, I think where Ms. van die Heever is correct, as I understood what she meant. What Mr. Matlala was taking issue with is that it was being flighted. And her interjection was to point out that his request is that it not be flighted. But we are not at a stage of whether or not we deal with it. And it was in response thereto that I said, I'm advised that the same document has been dealt with publicly and has been flighted during the testimony of Brigadier Macheng. So that horse has bolted.
Yes, but I think by then Brigadier Macheng was not yet an accused.
Yes, but it's already out in the public arena. There is nothing to protect anymore.
So
Would you accept that?
myself, I won't accept that because I don't want to be the one who's entertaining that.
No, you have to accept a certain fact. If it was flighted and it's out there, it's out there. It doesn't be out there or not be out there because you, Mr. Matlala, accepts it. Do you understand?
I hear you, Advocate Sulu, but I've got an issue with it because I'm the one who's need to account for this thing in court. So I'm kindly asking that it must not be flighted, please.
Then perhaps if you say you have an issue with it, please indicate to the commissioners what your issue with it is.
No, I do not want to engage in anything that is to do with the subcontract in public before I deal with it in court.
But you recall that the chair pointed out that that any right you assert must be in relation to a response to a specific question. You have fallen back into that mode where you are suggesting to the commissioners that a discussion around Medicare 24 is completely off the table. Is that what you're proposing?
Medicare 24 contract,
yes.
not Medicare 24. I've been engaging with you with Mr. Motsumi.
No.
Solo. I'm talking about the contract.
I accept your correction. The contract.
Yes.
Are you suggesting to the commissioners that the contract is off bounds?
No, the contract, I cannot engage in the contract. I cannot engage in that.
So are you invoking, you say you are invoking your right, against self-incrimination each time a reference is made to the contract?
I'm engaging my right in terms of my free trial rights. I do not want to infringe my free trial rights by engaging in my case before I can do that in court.
Your Section 35 rights. So is it your position that any engagement on that contract of any kind before this commission will infringe your rights?
It will, of course.
Why? And how?
Advocate Sulam, myself and you now as we sit here, we do not know what is up the sleeves of the prosecutor. We do not know what questions they want to ask or what is their approach. Even myself, you do not know what is my defense strategy. So it's a number of things that can go wrong if we engage in this issue now.
I think I'm having this engagement with you because I'm trying to understand the basis on which you say the commission cannot engage with that contract at all. You recall yesterday I requested that perhaps to assist the Commission to appreciate the parameters of this right that you assert, that you provide us with the charge sheets in both trials. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
That was a request, and unfortunately, by this morning, you hadn't, by you, I mean collectively with your team, appreciating that.
We got it in the meantime.
Let me just finish, if I may. We have then, in the interim, sought to assist you and have obtained both the charge sheets, and they are part of file 11, item 3, and item 7 of file 11. Now, we did that precisely to have to understand what charges you face and to inform us and the Commission, generally the commissioners, how far to potentially have a conversation with you about this contract. You understand?
I hear you.
Now, the Medicare charge sheet is at item 7, appears from page 90.
Sorry again, just for our benefit, which file are we currently?
11. File 11. It's the file that has the SIU order. File 11, page 90, that should be CJC 448, Commissioners. You confirm that is the charge sheet that was served on you and on the basis of which you are facing the current criminal trial in the Medicare matter?
Yes, I confirm that.
Yes. Now, we had requested that we have this before us so that we look at the various charges preferred against you and or your companies to have an appreciation when you refuse to answer a question as to specifically which offense do you say that question impacts? You remember that?
Yes, I remember that.
Okay. Now, looking then at our page 830, which is that response to the letter of demand for non-performance, what charge in this charge sheet do you suggest that letter impacts and therefore runs the risk of prejudicing you?
Advocate Silo, I will repeat it again that I am not a lawyer, so I do not know the tactics of lawyers. How do they approach their cases? So I just want to be on a safe side by not approaching anything that has to do with this thing.
Because the approach you want to adopt is precisely the approach that I think the chair cautioned against, which is you can't be suggesting a blanket ban on conversation around the subcontract. And that any asset and any right you seek to assert must be in response to a specific question. And I'm suggesting to you to assist you to determine when it is to invoke your rights. Perhaps reference to the charge sheet would assist you because the charge sheet specifies the different offenses for which you are charged.
Chairperson, may I at this stage just try and briefly deal with one of the issues that I find difficulties with right at this point. Mr. Matlala has indicated to your honourable self and your fellow commissioners that he's invoking his fair trial right. He's also indicated to you that he's not a lawyer and he doesn't know, simply put, about how lawyers deal with these various issues. I understand the approach you've discussed yesterday with reference to paragraph 109 and what's further. And I go back to maybe a little bit to what I've referred to earlier today. When one deals with somebody's Section 35 rights, it goes much further than purely the right to self-incrimination, which is the right that you're being afforded under the 47 Act. There's a right that you've got, for instance, to adduce, and put it the other way around, to challenge and produce evidence. There's a right to challenge inadmissible evidence, etc., etc. Now, those rights you cannot simply ascertain by looking at an indictment or at a charge sheet. Those are issues, legal issues, evidentiary issues that's dealt with by counsel and attorneys during the course of a trial. So what I'm saying to you, and again with respect, not in the sense that you think I'm doing it, I'm saying this really with respect, is that to say that you have to revert to the judgment wherein Mr. Chief Justice Yafta gave the judgment. If you look, for instance, I think it's paragraph 111, he clearly states that what he says in 109, he deals with specifically in relation to the fact that Mr. Zuma was subpoenaed at that point. At no stage, and please, if you can, if I do understand this judgment correctly, I would bow to your superior interpretation of this. But this judgment at no stage dealt with your other constitutional rights. At the time, as I said to you, when Section 3(4) was enacted in the Commissions Act, there was no such thing as a constitution. We didn't have a constitution that's been time and time ruled by the Constitutional Court to be the superior law of the country. Those fair trial rights that an accused person or a suspect down the line can assert in a court of law has been crystallized almost on a case-to-case basis and very often goes beyond what is contained in Section 35. I cannot foresee any situation where reliance, where Section 3(4) of the Commissions Act would simply swipe away or brush aside you as an accused person ascertaining before a commission of inquiry your other rights under Section 35. More so because that's not a right. Your Section 35 rights is not suspended or cease to exist the moment you, for instance, appear before the commission. Those are rights that you can invoke consistently. Because what we've got now, and I've not come across a case, and as I said, Zuma's case is a totally different kettle of fish, where a person that sits in Mr. Matlala's position had to invoke these rights. It's been dealt with in other forums. But right now, and it goes back to maybe where we started this morning, it's not, it doesn't fall within, I would respectfully submit, his realm of knowledge as a legal practitioner to understand exactly what rights can be invoked at which specific time. That's why I go and I say the rights that you are entitled to as an accused person and a suspect are far wider than the single right that you are afforded under 3(4) of the Commissions Act. And to ask him to now go with specific reference to that and to that issue that's referenced in a single paragraph that's maybe explained is, I respectfully submit, unfair for the reasons that I've submitted to you right now, because it's not, let me stop there at this point.
Yesterday, when there was particular focus on paragraph 109, what was claimed was the privilege against self-incrimination. You are making a different point, which refers to section 35 of the Constitution. But what I would say to you, I'm yet to give Ms. Silo an opportunity to respond. But what I would raise with you is this. Even the section 35 rights, one cannot raise them in the air, so to speak. I've had a cursory look at this letter. I cannot claim to have read it so thoroughly that I was in a position to follow everything contained in it. It is quite a lengthy letter, and it's not that succinct and a bit difficult to follow. But the point I want to make is I do not understand how, and you would have to explain to me how the section 35 right, the fair trial right, is implicated. I just do not see how.
Sorry, Chairperson, I missed your last sentence.
I'm saying how that right would be implicated. Of course, not in these proceedings, but you mean in the criminal proceedings implicated by what happens here. So what I'm saying is I do not see how it will be or would be implicated by what happens here, reference being made to this letter. You would have to address us specifically and not just argue a legal point in the air, so to speak. So you would have to make specific reference to this letter. This letter says this and that and that and that, and for that reason, Mr. Matlala's fair trial right will be implicated. That's where your submissions are seriously lacking.
Indeed, if, as I said, if that is what you expect of me, I would, I don't know what the time is now, I will address you on that issue first thing in the morning. I think we've got enough to continue with specific reference to each and every of the points that was inter alia made by Mr. Matlala in the supplementary affidavit, and expand on that with hopefully the bit of legal knowledge I have.
No, I will not let you off on this, Ms. van den Heever. You have interjected and made legal submissions when questions were being asked around this letter. You could only have been able to do that if you are in a position to answer my question now. Otherwise, you are, as I said earlier, you are raising your legal point hypothetically or in the air, as I say. And you could only do that if you are in a position to address us on the contents of this letter. If you are not, you had no basis whatsoever to raise the legal point. So I would want you to address us now, not tomorrow. I would want you to address us now on this issue. If you say you are only ready tomorrow, why then did you raise the legal point? Because it ought not, from where you are sitting now, it ought not to have arisen at all. Or may I say this? Or what you should rather have said, maybe let me not get there. Let me just end it saying, I will not let you off that easily.
No, I can address you on the specific points that I believe is relevant and that was raised by him in his affidavit, the supplementary affidavit, and I can raise this specifically to the manner in which those issues are raised as you've invited me to in a criminal trial vis-a-vis the proceedings in this particular case.
I'm saying now, and you say only tomorrow. I'm saying, tell us how those fair trial rights are implicated in respect of this letter, and I'm inviting you to address me on that now.
Chairperson, maybe we're speaking past each other at this point. He was asked, from my understanding, to utilize the indictment that was there, that was referenced by my learned friend, and to deal with it. And his answer to that is that I cannot deal with this indictment because I'm not a legal person. So that's why I said maybe we're speaking past each other at this point in time, because I was addressing the fact you cannot give a person an indictment and say, use your indictment now and answer the questions.
I will seek clarity from Ms. Sillo unless I misunderstood, and if I did, I will withdraw everything that I have said.
I misunderstood what she said. I will also withdraw and then deal with it. Because
all right, okay.
I understood
Yeah,
it, but
let me say this. Yes, I understood Ms. Sillo's reference to the indictment. But I understood Ms. Sillo to get to the indictment springing from the contents of this letter. So what Ms. Sillo appeared to me to be saying was, let's engage you, Mr. Matlala, on this letter. But because you are talking of fair trial rights or whatever else, now let's look at the indictment and see how it becomes relevant to the contents of this document. So now when you make your submissions about the fair trial rights, I say fine, well and good, but make those submissions in relation to this letter. Please correct me. I will immediately withdraw Ms. Sillo.
There is nothing to correct, Chair, because that is exactly what I said.
Thank
in
you.
fact, the reference to the charge sheet was in a bid to assist so that
Yes.
we do not unduly
Yes.
stray and be confronted with these
Yes.
responses.
Then I will also withdraw the submissions I made right now. Maybe I can, in fact, this particular question to the letter, and what my learned friend has tried to indicate to my client about the use of this letter, maybe if I can get a very short few minutes, I can try and explain to him some of the issues that was raised by my learned friend as to why she says she can ask him about it at this point. And I think I can cut through unnecessary objections at this stage, if that is the only issue.
Let's rather see the evidentiary matter that Ms. Sillo can engage with. 4 o'clock is not that far away from now. Let's just continue, see how things go, Ms. Fanny, rather than take it.
As I said, because I thought we could cut through this, because I understand where she comes from, and I think it's a simple explanation to the client might curtail her reasoning why she can and why she argues that it is already out in the public, and I can explain to him as to...
Let's just see how things go. Let's just see how things go. 4 o'clock, we'll adjourn, and you'll have the time to do whatever you want with your client. Let's continue,
Thank you, Chair. And I think just for the record, we shouldn't conflate the issue that Mr. Matlala had, which was flighting the document, which is distinct and separate from any objection he would have with dealing with the document. Those are two separate issues. So for purposes of, I guess, progress, I will not flight the document, but I want to ask questions about the document. And then we will take it from there, and Mr. Matlala will assert whatever right he believes he has in response to a question as I pose it. Mr. Matlala, we were at page 830 of file 11, and that is the letter written by Medicare 24 addressed to Lieutenant General Dr. M.I. Fani, Divisional Commissioner Supply Chain, SAPS. It runs until page 834. You confirm that? You confirm that's the document we are looking at?
Yes, I confirm.
Yeah.
Now,
Ms. Sillo, because you're not right.
830.
Yeah, no, I am at the page. Maybe because you're not flighting it, you should say who it comes from. You said Medicare, the writer. the letter.
Indeed. I take. To do things properly, it's a letter from Mr. Van Wyk, Chief Executive Officer, Medicare 24 Tshwane District, Pty Limited. It is addressed to Lieutenant General Dr. M.I. Fani, Divisional Commissioner, Supply Chain Management, South African Police Services. And it is signed by Mr. Van Wyk at page 834. You confirm that's what you have at your page 830.
Yes, I confirm.
You took issue with flighting this particular document, and for the moment, I don't want us to detain ourselves with that debate. I did make the point that the actual document has been dealt with by Brigadier Majeng. So to the extent that whether or not it's public, it is confirmed it is public because it has been dealt with publicly in this commission. It's a fact, I'm telling you. You can't dispute it. It has happened. You can only note it, accept it. Well, you note what I say to you.
I hear you.
Thank you. Now, this particular letter, it's important, particularly in relation to the rights you think you may have to assert. It has as its topic, letter of demand, non-performance on the contractual obligations, Medicare 24 Tshwane District, Pty Limited, Health Risk Management Contract. Then it provides the contract number as we know it, the SAPS Medicare 24 contract. Okay? You confirm that. This is what this letter speaks to. It states at first paragraph that Medicare 24 Tshwane District has been appointed a health risk manager from the 18th of June 2024 under that specific contract and would like the opportunity to respond to the letter signed 4 February 2025 and only received on Monday the 10th of February 2025. It says at 10:37. You see that? Yes, so I'm suggesting to you that that first paragraph tells us already what this letter is dealing with. It is a response to a letter received from SAPS. You accept?
I do.
Say that again?
Yes, I accept.
Oh, thanks. And it then proceeds to deal, as I understand it, with SAPS's expressed view to terminate the Medicare contract for non-performance. That's all this letter deals with. Is that your recollection of the letter as well?
Of course.
Okay. So then, it cannot be that its contents in any manner jeopardize any trial you are facing because it was a response to a threat for termination of a contract. That's all it is. Do you accept?
Not on the basis of criminality,
Indeed.
but on the basis of alleged non-performance.
Indeed, I confirm, Chair. Do you understand, Mr. Matlala?
Can you please explain that to me once more?
Okay. When I put up this letter, you raised the fact that you are currently on trial regarding this contract.
Yes.
And you and I had an engagement about you must wait for the question to come because you can only assert your right in response to a specific question posed.
Of course,
so
yes.
You cannot refuse to answer every question that relates to that contract, as a blanket proposition. And accepting that, I say this particular document we are looking at came about after SAPS seemingly on the 4th of February threatened to terminate the Medicare SAPS contract for reason of non-performance by Medicare. That's all it concerns, nothing more.
Okay.
Now, I'm saying because of the nature of its contents and what is being discussed here, that can have no bearing on, as the chair says, the criminality or otherwise that is being debated in the criminal case that you are currently first accused in. Will you accept that? Because this is dealing with a contract that SAPS at the time considered to be live when it issued the threat to cancel. These are all only contractual issues.
I don't know that, Advocate Silo.
What don't you know, sir?
You know, you were asking me if I know that it won't infringe my fair trial rights.
No. That's my conclusion. I say it only deals with possible termination of a contract. That's all it deals with. And from that, I conclude it cannot infringe your fair trial rights. And if you hold a contrary view, then I invite you to explain to the commissioners how the issue of termination of a contract could potentially infringe your fair trial rights.
Again, I'm repeating myself. Termination not for the alleged criminality in which you are now facing charges, not at that stage, but termination for failure to comply with your contractual obligations. There is termination for non-performance of your obligations under the contract. Do you get that? And then Mr. Van Wyck's lengthy letter is engaging with that. And unless you explain, none of that has anything to do with criminality. Do you understand that?
I hear you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. So, we know now from your chats that you shared this letter with Mr. Motsumi on the 21st of February 2025. If you go to page 64 of the chats.
Yes, it's fine. Yeah, I know I shared it with him.
Your voice dropped for a bit there. Please repeat it. File, what did we say that? File 1, where we have the chats, page 64.
Page 64, yes, sir. Yes, it's fine.
Okay, so I say we see from page 64 that you shared with Mr. Motsumi the response by Mr. Van Wyk on behalf of Medicare 24 Tshwane to SAPS. You shared that with him.
Yes.
So he became aware that as of the 21st of February 2025, that contract was under threat of termination for non-performance.
Yes.
And what was the purpose of sharing it with him, if I may ask?
I think it's the reason why I needed more money.
Say that again, please.
The reason why I needed more money to fund the contract.
That you needed more money?
Yes.
Okay, so was this in a bid to support your requirement for 20 million?
Yes.
And if you could have regard to page 830, that letter, 830 of file 1.1. Yes.
Mr. Lodge, should we close the indictment file?
Oh, yes, to close it, it was just to bring to Mr. Matlala's attention that the charge sheets that we had requested are now available where we have obtained them ourselves in the file. So each time he seeks to invoke one or other of his rights, we will have to do so with reference to the charge sheet and to see the crimes for which he is currently indicted for.
But Chair, sorry, Advocate Silo, I see you also have that letter from Mr. Motsumi.
Sorry, sir, please say that again.
I'm saying I was just going through this. I just saw now that you also have that letter from Mr. Motsumi that you were asking about.
What is the letter
The
from
letter
Mr.
for
Motsumi?
acknowledgement of debt. Acknowledgement of debt.
At which page is it and in which file, Mr. Matlala? Just look at the spine of the file.
I'll show you just now.
Thank you.
Perhaps to assist you, I think you have regard to the document at page 843. Same file, annexure SM10. Is that what you have in mind?
Yes.
Just look at the amount in that acknowledgement of debt, and you'll see it's not about the 5 million.
Oh, no, it's something different.
There are too many of them, huh?
So that one, Mr. Matlala, goes with 839. It is part of what was going to be the loan agreement for 20 million.
Oh, no, it's my mistake. I'm sorry.
Okay. And your voice changed when you told me about that acknowledgement of debt. You know, there was a sternness to the voice, like. No, but I accept your error. It's okay. So then, staying with this, we were dealing with SM4, which is your letter of response, to persuade SAPS not to terminate the contract. If we go further, then we have a notification, it's SM7. You share a notification of payment, and that is at page 837. It's for 1 million, and that is by one of your companies. No, 837. No, Chair,
Our 8.
it is actually, yes. It doesn't tally with the. Yeah, it doesn't tally with the index. It will have to be changed. But 838, you are correct. And that is now a 1 million rand payment made to the same company of Mr. Motsumi Bazwimi Factors for 1 million rand on the 17th of March, 2025.
Yes, I can see it.
And this is now from your other company, Luxo Africa Brand Investment. That's your company.
Yes, that's my company.
Now, on my computation, the 5 million rand loan has now been extinguished, is it?
Of course, yes.
So it was an interest-free loan.
No, it was not an interest-free loan.
What was the interest on that loan?
I think it was. Then I need to check the terms because it is on the acknowledgement of debt, if I'm not wrong.
Please say that again. I think I missed something. You say you need to check the terms?
Check the terms of the payment from the acknowledgement of debt.
Yes.
Yes, that's
And
right.
that will tell you what the loan
Terms,
was,
yes.
the interest rate was.
Yes.
And now we are in March 2025, if we have settled at least the principal amount of 5 million.
Yes.
So you did pay the interest on that 5 million.
I got arrested.
So you're still owing interest on,
Interest, yes.
that would be interest accumulated from the day that loan was extended and until the loan was extinguished.
Yes, yes.
And you, I nearly asked you whether you have an idea of what that interest may potentially be, but because you said you deal with in many millions, you might not remember.
No advocacy, I'm not.
Okay.
Don't put it that way. I said,
Okay.
I explained to Commissioner Walu that I was not putting it that way. I just wanted to explain that it will be something if I only saw the transaction of only 2 million in my life, not to say that I'm a person with who deals with big money, please.
So I'm the one who misunderstood.
I'm not saying you're wrong, but it looks like maybe I'm bragging about it or something, so it feels wrong.
No, it should. If I were you, I would brag, but only that's just me, you know.
Ms. Silo, can I just ask a
Yeah,
question?
yes.
Ms. Matlala, I thought the loan was to Medicare 2420, not to you personally.
Yes, it was to Medicare 24 Tshwane, yes.
So the question is, did Medicare Tshwane pay the interest portion of the loan?
Yes, it did.
It did. And I think we heard from one of the witnesses that you resigned as a director of Medicare 24 in December 2024.
Yes, that's correct.
So by this point, you were no longer a director of this company?
Yes.
Were you still a shareholder?
Yes.
Okay.
Chair looked at me at 16:01, so I'm in the commission's hands.
No. If you want to continue, you may.
I've just indicated to my learned friends, for reasons that I'm not going to deal with in public, I have obligations to deal with. If I knew it beforehand, I could have made arrangements, but I unfortunately didn't, which leaves me in a bit of a predicament.
Let's take the adjournment then and resume at 9:30 tomorrow.
9:30 tomorrow, Chair, yes.
Chair, before we do so, I should mention and perhaps forewarn Mr. Matlala that we'll have to park this engagement and conversation with him to a later date, as tomorrow they'll be starting on a new topic.
With Ms.
With
Hassim.
OS Advocate Hassim.
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. Let's adjourn until 9:30 tomorrow then.